It is big brain time. Hello, everybody, welcome to this fine day. What's up? What's up? It is time to play some blueprints. It's been talked about. I've seen it. It's been hyped. Piqued my interest. I love puzzles. Very nice, Euron. GG on that. I presume Carney's probably gonna win. From the looks of the polls, from what I saw. Most likely. Most important, pick your local that matters the most to you. As I've learned, local is the big one. Meme Lord, no, I've been bullied into puzzles. I know, but how goes your Oblivion playthrough? Are you enjoying it? Are you playing it and every so often jumping up, rubbing your nipples, and being like, oh my god, they need to remaster Fallout 3 and Morrowind, and the list goes on and on the same way? Huh? Yeah? Alright. New game. Let's play some blueprints. Let's do it! Nice meme. Yeah, there's tons of old bugs and glitches like that. They didn't take any of them out. They just kind of let it fly, which is kind of cool and part of the charm. You could break that game like crazy. You ever seen any of the Spiff and Brits videos on it, meme? They're pretty good, actually. He's really good about breaking games.
I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I give and bequeath to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse.
Okay.
In witness whereof I have hereunto set my hand this 18th day of March, 1993.
God, that's old.
Herbert S. Sinclair.
That definitely wasn't the year I was born or anything. I feel old. And I got you meme on the bugs. I heard that there is still a couple other dupe bugs that people have found though. That's what I've heard. Will prolapse. Yes. Prolapse your hiney is what it's gonna do. Alright. We have 50 in the top. That's interesting. Ooh. There's no jump. Okay. It went down. Interesting. Alright, what's in front of us? Open only in the event of my death. Welcome to Mount Holly. You may not remember, but I have found memories of you, fond memories of you. Excuse me, well, of you, of course, but of your many visits here as a young boy, and I hope that these rooms provide you with as much amusement as it did in those last summer days. By the time you read this, I will assume you are fully aware of my last wishes and all the details of the bequest. Please do not mistake my intentions in giving you this challenge as a lack of confidence. I assure you, nothing could have been further from my mind when I chose you as my heir. With that said, there are a few ground rules of this commission covered in the fine print of my will that I feel I should bring to your attention. No tools or items may be brought onto the estate from the outside. Okay. Tools and items found on the estate may not be taken off the estate. You may not stay overnight. I don't suspect that any of these stipulations should prove an impediment for someone as resourceful as yourself. But it is very important to me that you start fresh each morning, not rely on the successes of the previous day. That's the roguelike element of this. One final word of advice. Do not assume the rooms you find today will be the same rooms you find tomorrow. These grounds have provided me a home for the last century. And even I am uncertain of which room lies beyond any particular door. My grandmother used to say, don't go where the path leads. Abandon the path and go where you want it to lead. With all my love and wishes, best of luck, St. Clair. Okay. Entrance hall, and we're also rank 1. That's interesting. Blueprint? Oh, the Mount Holly blueprint. This will serve as a useful map and inventory log during your adventure. Okay. I already see how this is gonna go. Antechamber. Multiple rooms to go. You can call it a day here. Inventory. Okay, okay. So we already have a choice of 3 doors. Urine, what's with the 48 in the top? Is that like literally the limit amount, like how many steps I can make? Searching the estate can be exhausting. Oh, never mind. Each time you enter a room, you will lose 1 foot. When you no longer have any feet left, you will be too tired to continue searching the manor and must call it a day. So me running out in the front and wasting all of that was not a good idea. I see. Thank you, Euron. Your advice was very useful. I didn't realize you could break the matrix and put that in the game right when I was asked about it, but hey, you know, it works. Alright, so we have this door. Okay, so we can select a room. I'm assuming each room has like a puzzle. Based off the trailer. We have the blueprint of the map we can see. I see. Now, can I... Oh, once you have drawn floor plans, you must select. I see. Now, the interesting thing about these floor plans that I'm noticing is they're also a puzzle piece. See, this is a dead end, but it says it has 2 items. This is a hallway, which lets us go left and right. This, whenever you enter this room, you gain feet, but you can only go to the left. Because there was a puzzle game I remember playing. I think it was you know what this reminds me of, funny enough, is, granted it's a little bit more pressure, but BioShock 1 had that little mini game with the pipes, with the fluid you have to kind of beat, and kind of reminds me of that a little bit, where like only certain pipes would go certain ways. Hmm. Interesting. We'll just go into this room. We'll go in the bedroom. Get some feet. Alright. Ooh, a hand. Greetings from Reddington. Okay. Ooh, a top hat, yes. Pretty. I can smell the science. Alright, what's this? The trunk is locked. I don't have a key or any means to open it. We have no items yet for that. Probably the closet would have given us something potentially. Interesting. Moon necklace, it looks like. I don't know what facts could matter, so... Well, we can only go one way. Something initially seems like there's something hidden. I'm already sus, like, trying to figure things out. There's no crouch, I'm noticing. Just WASD and then the mouse, so... Okay. We have a nook, a den, which gives us a diamond, and then a spare room. The nook gives us a key. Also, let's go up. The den gives us multiple directions, but not an up direction. We'll take the nook. Now, I'm assuming I can backtrack, because if this has got a key, that means I can go back and open that chest. I mean, we find said key. Ooh, what is this? A journey. Noteworthy. As you continue on your adventure, you may want to consider getting something to scribble down your notes and observations. A pad, scrap of paper, or perhaps most fittingly, a journal will prove to be an invaluable tool you will not regret having beside you on your journey. That's what you guys were saying. You're on and I watch FTL. Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. We also regain the feet from the bed. That's kind of interesting. Oh. Ivory dice. While drafting, you may use dice to roll new floor plans. Okay. And I got a couple of coins. Okay. If I go here, and then go back, I don't really gain or lose anything. Interesting. Alright, we can only go this way. Parlor gives me a puzzle piece. That's new. Corridor. Is always left unlocked. That's very interesting. Yes, that is true. We can draw up other floor plans and tinker around as well. That means we could take the closet to get 2 items. I want the puzzle piece because it seems different. Oh. Dear Herbert, it's a great honor receiving this invitation to dine at your estate with the old hams this past Thursday. If I'm being frank, it's been quite a while since we have been in... excuse me. It had been quite a while since we had been seen in decent society, and we are beginning to worry that my wife's wit had lost its charm. I have no delusions that my company is rival to hers. Okay? If I could refresh your memory, we both spent much of our evening discussing our mutual love of games and puzzles, and I had mentioned to a rather singular had you mentioned to you a rather singular parlor game I had played some years back, involving 3 boxes of different colors. You had pressed me to write with the particulars of this game when I found the time, and I have included with this letter all the details you would need to share with guests should you be inclined to play this confounding game. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. Oh, here we go. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within. The other 2 are always empty. So there will always at least be one box which displays a true statement. There will always be one that at least displays a false statement. Only one box. Okay, this actually reminds me a little bit of like Minesweeper, because like it's like that's a deduction puzzle. I love deduction puzzles. This box is one of the 2 empty boxes, so it's either true or false. Actually, this is like Schrodinger's cat. So I get this through both. 2 boxes in this room are empty. Well, that is technically a true statement, but could be a false statement. But it can't be a false statement because it is a true statement. Only one box is a prize within, 2 others are always empty. There are 3 boxes in this room. Okay. Parlor game. Any other clues? Oh. I guess that's used to open the boxes. Yeah. So once I pick that, okay. Anything else in here I can give? Just seeing if there's anything relevant. Nah, you're fine. I watch FDL. There hasn't been too much. There will always be at least one box which displays only true statements. Okay. There will always be at least one box which displays only false statements. Only one box has a prize within it, and the other 2 are always empty. There's no indication that it gives as to which box has the prize. It just tells you what they will be. And I guess you can take the boxes for their word, but the boxes... This box is one of the 2 empty boxes. So, out of all the things that could be true and manipulated, honestly, I think that this is the truth box. More so than the blue box. It could be the blue box, like 50-50, but I don't know why my brain is thinking this. One is always false. Both of these are technically true statements, so that has to be the false jest. By deduction. Because there are 3 boxes, and that 2 of them are always empty. So that cannot be the false statement. And what was the 3rd box? Always has to be what? Right. So, no, it doesn't. That's why I was double checking. Doesn't say anything about the third box. One will always be a truth and one will always be a false. The only one that has any false is this one. This box is one of the two empty boxes. The only false is this. Because there's no other way for us to know otherwise, because there are 3 boxes and then there are 2 in the rules. So I think that this is the one with the prize. Hey! That seems like a victory to me. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so we're getting kind of toward the end here. Yeah. You can overthink it, you know. Ooh, we can get a bunch of... Okay. So, we can do the pantry, which will let us keep going up. We've got plenty of steps at the moment. We get a shit ton from the guest room, but this gives us key money and a diamond. And we can backtrack. Now, if we backtrack, so this will put us at 46, 45, 44, 43, then it goes back up to 45. Then it subtracts one, so it's 44, then 43, and we could go back. If I picked the storeroom. I kind of just want the money and we'll do the pantry. I'm gonna keep trying to just go up. We have an apple. Ooh! Please pick up some more fruit before Friday. We've just been informed that we may have an extra guest exploring the house. Next week, 50 steps should be more than enough, so I think the even spread would be ideal. 5 apples, 5 bananas, 5 oranges. The inclusive amount should cover expenses, but please bring back any change from the order and leave it on the pantry. Oh, is this going to be like how much did it cost? Because I had 4... I picked up 4 coins. So 4 coins was the change. There's 5 of each. 4 coins was the change. That seems like a noteworthy thing. Because that's like the go-to. Remember, like, fucking algebra schools. It just, for class, I should say. Also, that's kind of odd. The big E on that T. A little suspicious. It's pretty out, too. I only got 1 apple as well, which means we ate 1 apple, which means there was only 4 apples. Now we can go to the guest room. Breaker box. That's interesting. I want to get to the antechamber. That seems to be like the greater challenge here. I want to do the West Wing. Want 2 different directions to go. Oh, we have candlesticks. Uh-oh. Staff notice. Out of respect for the late Claire Epstein, the West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. Likewise, any staff. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah! Meme Lord. Embrace it. That's a queen of diamonds on a tilted photo that I think is interesting. To me, this seems like the stuff that we're going to be quizzed on the rooms and like the things we saw in the rooms. That's probably why it gave us the journal. So it's a memory test probably mixed in. That's my guess. That's the vibe I'm getting. Especially with things like the banana, the apple. Alright, let's see what's in this room first. Oh, we lose money whenever we enter. Observatory in a spare room. Observatory also lets us turn. Gem requirement. We have a gem. Sure. Alright, we're in the room. I need to also think about, like, when sliding into a room, I'm kind of committed, because I've learned the back and forth is not necessarily a good thing. Alright. What do we got? Anything? What do we got here? The fixed stars, constellations. Constellations I'm not good with, typically. This book contains a complete star-based list of constellations and the observed effects of it that accompany the appearance of each one. I think some of the way that they chose to map out the constellations is kind of weird. Like I don't know how you see that from this sometimes, like with like a Scorpio and stuff, like how they get the bull and all that's kind of weird. To me, you could connect the dots in many ways, but you connect it that way to name it that way. It's like, okay. Depending on the number of stars that can be seen in the sky on any given day, different constellations of various sizes may be visible, sometimes more than one on a single day. Gotcha, watch FDL. This book is a solid base for astronomy. I hope you identify these constellations, impress your friends, and discover... It'll impress my friends? Well, I don't have any, though. I discovered the joy of stargazing. North Star 1 gold. Ah. 2 trunks have been added to the entrance hall. The Slice. Diamond Manor. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Apples are extra delicious today. Thing is 50% off. Green rooms are more likely to contain special flowers today. That's interesting. Alright, so we need to look and probably get an idea of what we need. Can I... Oh, I could turn. Okay, hold on. Nope, turn the other way. No, other way. One more. One more. There. Wait, what? Oh. I see. I can't fall down. Damn it. I got the North Star. I gain a gold. Okay. That's kind of what it told me, though. Wait, so it told me what was going to be in the observatory. No, we get plus star for each time you've drafted the observatory. So if I've had multiple of these, I would get more stars to pick from, which would give me more benefits. Or potentially detriments. There'd be more stars in the sky. That's what I understand. Okay. Okay. We have the West Wing we can go tinker with, and this room. I need to test something in my head. If I pick a room but don't necessarily go in it, does it still use up my feet? Guest room. Give me a shit ton of feet. Passageway. Requires 2 gems I do not have. I don't... Let's go ahead and take the guest room. We'll get the feet. Okay. Ooh, credit card. Oh, a key card. An electric key card. Opens electrically powered security doors. Okay. Claire, just wanted to write you a quick note. Thank you for the weekend. I had a thrilling time at the hunt with Lord Evanson. Whose peculiar personality somewhat made up for your own absence. Also got to appreciate your new game in the billiard room, excuse me. It's been ages since I've seen the billiard room in the house. I was beginning to suspect you retired the floor plan. It was all worth the wait, though, as I always enjoy your mathematical puzzles and appreciated that I didn't need to know the rules of darts to play your variation. When your health improves shortly. Interesting. Mathematical puzzle involving darts that you don't need to know the rules of darts to do. Anything else? I like the whale sculpture up there. Look at the sheep! Ah! The basketball is sus to me. That's a big pawn up there. Well, that's a bit interesting. Could be just a texture thing, but that looks like there's something to that. Like there's a picture underneath the bed. Not on this side. Might be just texture. Alright, so we have to go back. That's perfectly fine. Alright. Now, can I get gold again? At 9? I do this again. I came back. No, okay, it's just one time. Okay. Not a loss of foot. Let's go this way. It is locked. Oh. Why is it locked? There was no indication of that before. Well, looks like we'll have to be going all the way back. That's gonna suck. Huh. I don't remember any indication of it being locked. At least we get a little bit of our feedback. Alright, let's go this way. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Well, we can't take that. We have to take the dining room. Because we've kind of bottled our way in, or bottlenecked our way here. We have to take the dining room. We'll wait, though, and I'm going to go here. See what else we can get. 4 items in the closet, yes. I don't know what they are, but we're going to get them. This is going to be a dead end for us anyway. shoes. A key, so we could go back. A diamond. Picture. Oh. Coupon book. Okay. A lockpick set. Will occasionally be able to unlock some normal doors. Okay. These are 4 items. What's in the dining room? Anything interesting? I like when the rooms are actually on the edge of the manor. Twice now, you can actually like, see out. That's a nice little touch. I do appreciate that. I've seen pawns now in every, like almost every room, which has kind of been intriguing to me. 12:15, that could be relevant. Nothing in the room whatsoever. Let's go this way. Food for sale or breaker box. I don't care about food for sale at the moment. Do breaker box because it's just different. Seems weird. I don't know why I would want to turn off the power necessarily. $10. Keycard entry system. Oh. Dark room. Yeah, we'll turn everything on. Everything on seems like the right call. This is broken, so we might need to get a part to fix this. Okay. Well, I don't want the courtyard. Turn it on. I turned everything on. I want to say spare room. Can't interact with anything else here. Okay, okay. Den could be super useful and gives us multiple directions. I could draw a new floor plan with the drawing room, but it requires a gem. Nah, we're good. Wait, did I? I'll waste 2 feet. I thought I might have turned... Did I turn them off? Oh, I did. Thank you for that. Yeah, I burnt 2 feet for that, or 4. Fine. Give me my gem. Ooh, nice fireplace. Corner cabinets. On. That's a nice clock. Beautiful. No notes to read in here? Let's go with this one first. But we have drafted a bedroom. We can get a lot of feet from this, but it requires a gem. And we can also get a hallway. Chapel goes in multiple directions. But that door will go nowhere. I'm gonna say the nursery. Because we have 2 bedrooms, so that's gonna be a fair bet. Yeah, give me them feet. I don't trust that star. Anything else? Interesting, Wiser. Sounds like chaos to me. Ooh, we got money. And a book. The Red Prince. There was once a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white or a saw of a swan in the snow? Swan, my brain. Good brain. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. He always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. Do you know which book the prince always had? One that made him happy whenever he was sad? A story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we said. It was a story of a boy who also wore red. He looked like our prince from his toes to his head. And as you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you. In fact, in the same room. Oh. A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince and his book. The red book we just read. Well, that's a little interesting. That's very interesting. Gotcha, Wiser. I might check that out later. I'm probably not gonna do it on stream. More puzzly time. So that makes me think, like, is the red... That was a cool little story, a little kind of self-aware. Kind of broke the fourth wall, which was kind of wild. I'm for it. Well, we got some steps out of it. Considering I wasted something it was worth. Okay, now these are requiring gems. So it looks like we're back to the drawing room. Yeah. Do that one. Whoa. This is kind of cool. I don't know why I would want to necessarily change the floor plans. Each time you click on a door, you will draw three floor plans, from which you must select one draft. However, there are some items in rooms that will allow you to redraw if you do not like your initial 3 options. Okay. Like a reroll. Okay. Look at that painting. Beautiful. This room just gives us a redraw. Anything else here? It seems relevant. Well, let's do the most obvious. Let's just go forward. I'm gonna say passageway, but it requires 2 gems, which I do not have. We have dice. Let's do this. Ah, hallway. Better. This has items for sale, but again requires gems, which I do not have. Do hallway. Before I go there, let's go to here. Now the closet is tempting because we get items. Leads to a room of a color of your choice. Ooh. That's kind of cool. I could see how that could be very useful. We'll take the closet because we want the items. I don't have any gems. Now I have a gem. Beautiful. There was 2 items in here. I got 1 gem, so there has to be another item in here. The shoes? I have running shoes. Occasionally save feet when traveling longer distances across the state and grounds. Sweet! Alright. What is this? Doors in the West Wing are more likely to be locked. Oh, no shit. I learned that already. See, right here? Minecraft. That's what that picture is. Okay. Alrighty then. Let's go here. Okay, that one is locked. What about this one? It's not locked. I'm gonna say... I mean, money, key, and gem would be good, and then we can unlock this door. And we just got to make sure it has a floor plan that goes up. And we have a reroll as well. So we're going to do that against my better judgment. Oh, it's nice. Give me money. Give me my key. Give me my gem. Anything else in here? I see what you guys meant by like the rogue-like element. It makes it... This is a really interesting way to do puzzling, I will say. Because you like got the mini puzzles. It's like it's a puzzle and a puzzle and a puzzle. You have the big grand scheme puzzle. You have the floor plan puzzle. And then little puzzles in the room. So like you got like the navigation puzzle, I guess you could say. Might be even more layers to that, but just initially. Okay, courtyard, no. None of these do what I want, so let's roll. This does do what I want. Also, so does the security. This lets you view the inventory of all items currently in the house. Probably lets you see all this shit you missed. We'll take this because I can see on the map, even though for me it's showing down, but there it's showing up. Alright, let's go to that. Oh, plus we get 5 because we have the nursery. Ah! And it's a purple room. Ooh, picture. That's a Christmas tree. Look at the safe wrapped. Okay. Like that Santa hat. Reminds me of my Santa hat. Kitty? Big kitty. Dangerous kitty. Death kitty. Alright. Using another key already. I do not like that. Not one bit. The laboratory is going to be a big no. We can afford to lose some money, but it'll limit us with... We won't have an ability to backtrack. Yeah, let's do that. It's fine. It's kind of wild, this room. Completely fluffs the puzzle most people solve as one of their first in the game. Wait, what do you mean? What are you talking about? Alright. We're gonna go this way. Well, we do have a lockpick. Ooh, this room will give us a lot of money. This room counts as 2 bedrooms. Ooh. Tell me. Oh.
And, as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear. I see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something he was told he would not find.
Room 46.
I see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara. Until the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
Interesting. It's very interesting. Ooh, money. Give me that money. Backgammon, checkers, all of that. Speaking of hints and stuff that the game gave before, For context, in the back of my brain, I noticed there's a lot of oddities that seem notable to write down, like the giant bishop in the middle of the room. And I've seen them in all the other rooms. And I talked about the journal and like write down your observations, whether it be probably the pictures or the order or the amount of things. I suspect that there might be like a total like room by room quiz, but I wasn't 100%, so I was waiting to see that. And if so, I would be better about jotting down the things I see. But I do think that there's probably something to that. These kind of games tend to be like really deep in that regard. And I have been thinking about that and kind of somewhat making a mental note, but for the first like couple of rooms, I'm not too worried. We'll get there. We'll learn. The pool requires a gem. The garage has 3 keys, but requires a gem. And the lavatory again. I'm gonna say the pool because I want to go up. Much as I would like the 3 keys. See, the problem is, at the point we're at right now, it is the only option that I can pick to at least progress up. That's the way I look at it. I want to get to the antechamber. Ooh. Got a key anyway. I appreciate that game. Boarded off, pool. Pool rules. If the draft pool is your deck of potential floor plans, each time you draft, 3 random floor plans are drawn from the draft pool for you to select from. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan may differ depending on the room. Some rooms are more rare than others. Floor plans added to the draft pool are removed at the end of the day. Unless otherwise stated, no running. Okay. I can't go into the pool. Well, that breaks my heart. I want to run around. I want to jump in the pool. Got my lockpick. Oh, we tried. We had to try. Patio. Spread gem in each green room. Gem is required. We have a sauna. Ooh, tomorrow you will start the day with an extra 20 steps. Ooh, that's a good way to end. Because we're kind of at a dead end. That or I pick the corridor. Ooh, that's kind of tempting. We'll keep going. We'll keep going. Probably going to be locked, and it's probably should have picked the sauna, but we're going to keep going. We're giving it a go. Oh. The wine cellar. Why you do this? Now, I've never been into a room with the item requirement and not have the item yet. I kind of want to see what happens just to do it. Might not even let me pick it. Well, that answers my question. Alright, well, let's re-roll. Hey, I got the sauna back. Sweet. Alright. And so now we got the sauna. Ooh, and we got some coin. Anything else in here? Nada. Okay, so sadly, didn't get to use the key card of the coupon book, but we gained some knowledge and call it a day. Yes. And just to be clear, there's no point in me backtracking because, well, there is one door at the hallway, but it's locked. I have a lockpick for that, but we pretty much don't have anywhere else to go. Yeah, we'll call it a day. Do it again. And we have 20 more steps now, which is pretty nice. Total rooms 25. Rank ring 8. Steps taken 44. Items found 5. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Alright. Now, I went outside, walking and checking things out, and then my feet started going down, and I started kind of being a little worried about that. But at some point, we might return, like, go, like, explore out there. We'll do that probably later on. Alright, first room, what do we got? Parlor with a puzzle. Ooh. That was just like last time. We had the bedroom again. The den. The den's a good call. So this is just gonna be the same parlor game that we've had, which we could probably solve. We don't know what it will give us necessarily. Yeah, we'll do that. Alright. Give me this. I'm assuming it will be the same. Yes. Okay. One is always true, one is always false. This is the black box. Well, that's false. The black box is not empty. This is the black box. Well, one has to be true. The black box is not empty. Has to be true. That's false. And then this can be either or. Which is obviously the false. This is a false box. But is this also the false box? Which one is the true box? The true. I think this is the true box. And the true box is true. Beautiful. Beautiful. Breaker, pantry again. I'm gonna say den. Den will be more gems. Pantry's more money, but I want more doors. Yes. Yes. No, I am very aware of that. Yeah, that is a very key distinction with the puzzle, for sure. 100%. Yeah, the statement is true. That's why you gotta think about the statement and how it's being presented to you. We'll definitely take the nook because we want the key. But real quick, while we're here... Ah, perfect. gonna go ahead and take the storeroom. Perfect place to have the storeroom. And again, we have the entrance hall over here, so we have like another path we can take up if we run into like really bit of an issue. Okay. Another key. Thank you. I'm gonna keep it on for like other notes or like other things that progress. That's the first time we've seen a rook. That's interesting. Yes. Right, tell me about the journey and to put it in a journal. The biggest thing that's driving me crazy that I feel like is really important is probably to keep track of the amount of chess pieces you see along the way. And what they are probably matters a great deal. This... Well, shit. Yeah, we'll take the chapel. For instance, there's like a bishop there. Yeah, every room has a different chess piece, whether it be a pawn, a bishop. I've never seen a queen or a king yet. Well, I don't want to go down because I don't know. We'll see what the room is. I cannot go down into the spare room, even though I have the steps, because we don't have the money. I'm assuming we probably can't re-enter if we don't have the money. I'll pick the laboratory because it's a dead end. That has a code. What that looks like. You can re-enter. Whenever you enter chapel, lose a gold coin. So if I leave this room and enter back, won't it take a gold coin? Oh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. HS. It's just a toilet. Mirror doesn't work. I'm sad. There's oddities in there. Yeah, we'll do the drawing room. Keep an eye out on the desk. Probably going to be a pawn in this room. Yeah, pawn. Same painting, same thing. Okay. Right, up first. Locked. Okay, what about this? The dark room. Oh. You cannot see floor plans while doing this. But if I pick that other room, well... Courtyard. Where's a diamond, though? You know what? Let's re-roll. I haven't gone into this area yet, but I don't have any money. Corridor is a thought, but also the bedroom gives us steps. Let's do that. Plus maybe we get the nursery, get more steps later. Do I want to waste a key on this direction? Really don't. Let's go see what this is. What is got the same thing. The pawn. Gotta use the key here. Gas hallway. Doors in the west wing are always locked, right? Now that's the breaker box. This is a walk-in closet. It gives us a bunch of items. Then we have a pantry. Give us gold. I'm gonna take the items. I think items are the way. Give me the unknown. Okay, dice is great. Gems. Gold. That's technically 3 items. Isn't there supposed to be a 4th? Like a hat or a pair of shoes? Got the pitcher. Two gems. Oh, each gem counted as an item. Okay. Money and a thingy. Money and a thingy. We just got some gems, so yeah, we can go to the courtyard. To the courtyard. Dice. Dice, money, gems, and money. That looks like it needs a shovel, potentially. Alright, let's go down. No, it's locked. Let's not go down. I'm gonna say for sure passageway. Because I need directions. I don't have any keys. Nor do I have a lockpick. That's an arrow pointing... Oh, that requires the key card. Oh. So the passageway has this door. Oh. That's the first... I'm assuming this type of room will always have that. Okay. Doors are random? Okay. Ooh, well, we can see what items are for sale. Maybe we could buy a key. I don't have any coupons. Ooh, arcade game. Magnifying glass, a sledgehammer, a sleeping mask, and running shoes. I can afford nothing. Annual Maids Day sale to 2 days only. Items are 50% off. All staff welcome. Day 20 and 21. That seems interesting. What happens if we come here on day 20 and 21? The commissary will be closed from day 12 to day 16. Sorry for any inconvenience. That's a good bit of information. So on those days, because we're on day 2, on those days we won't see anything. Right. Effective the first week of December, payroll for any live-out and seasonal staff will be managed electronically, as your attendance will no longer be registered at morning roll call. It is doubly important that you do not fail to clock in and out at one of the electronic computer terminals on the estate. Two of these terminals can be found at security, where the punch clock used to be, and in the laboratory. And the password's scribbled out. Interesting. Starts with an S. I'm gonna snippet this. I think this will be important. What do I do? I'm gonna take that. Gimme. Boom. Take a little snippet. First breadcrumb, yes. Right. Any questions or concerns regarding this process should be directed always to our house manager. Okay. Babbage. Mrs. Babbage. Okay. See, now this is strange to me. Why is with a paintbrush and without a beer? That's okay. Okay. Blocked. Ah, shit. Well, looks like we're traveling all the way back, because I'm pretty sure, yeah, all these other ways are locked and I don't have a key. So back to the beginning we go. Good thing we got those extra 20 steps. Damn. I had gold and it took it. I already couldn't afford anything, but thank you for reminding me, game. Thank you. Back to the beginning. I mean, why would I pick the closet? No. I guess, yeah, corridor. Not much of a choice. Don't have the gems for that pantry. Really, the only thing we can pick is pantry. Maybe we get an apple? No, this time it's a banana. Banana gave me 3 steps. Ooh. Not 3. Is it still 5-5 the same? Yeah, okay. Ooh, another observatory, but I don't have the gems for that. West Hall always has a locked door. We're re-rolling this. Spare room. Yeah. There's like nothing ever in the spare room. Completely useless. Although the paint is suspicious to me, because we looked at the paint before. Or the paint can. Dining room. don't believe we have any food right now because we haven't reached rank 8. As it stated. Anything else? Alright, check this way first. Room counts as 2 bedrooms. That'd be good for the nursery. I could get steps, but I don't need any of that. I don't really want to use a reroll. This simply turns up, but I don't have the requirement, so... Take the guest room. Take the 10 steps, why not? Anything else in here? Floor plan. Alright, he's talking about the same thing with the dart game, which we haven't come across. Ooh! I have car keys. Well, that's a new one. I've not come across any cars. Hmm. So far, everything seems kind of fine. Oh, I have to re-roll. Yeah. It's gonna have a locked door. I think that note's a clue to something. Locked. Oh. Ooh, dark room. Oh, it doesn't do what I want it to do, though. Oh, no. I think we have to do closet and hope we get a key. Dark room, I kind of want to check out, but it doesn't go anywhere that it just goes to a dead end. Damn. Oh, it has a key. Thank you. And a dice. Thank you. But now I see, here's the thing. We waste a lot of steps, but we could take the key and go all the way back because we have a key. And again, it's only 20 steps that we got from the sauna, so we might as well use them. We're not even below 50 yet. Because this door will be locked. There's always a door locked in the West Wing. It's not locked. Well, that's an oddly specific room. A package will be delivered here the day after drafting this room. Interesting. Well, I don't want to use the reroll, so I guess we will be going all the way back, because I don't have a diamond. Save this for my future self. Sure. We ordered thy package. If we get this room again. Utility room fuse. Oh. Press any button above to activate blue. Press a... Oh. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. Oh, I understand this kind of puzzle. Ew. So even though we pushed all the lights green, these things are going on the bottom, so the order in which you do them matter. It's the hidden puzzle. You'd have to remember this layout. I can do that. This is a clue next time we come across the utility room. Gimme. Yes. Yes. This is the way. That is useful. Alright. Anything else we got here? Please return all correspondence and packages addressed to Denny. Sender as no longer is employed with our staff. Okay, well, whoop-de-doo. Alright, so this gave us a good bit of information for future rooms. I'm for it, I'm for it. Ooh. Hey buddy, how is it going up there in that big house? I think most people would be pretty scared being alone for this length of time, but I have a feeling you're doing just fine. I imagine you happy as a clam, perfectly content on this state with the exploration and opportunities for adventure that present themselves each day. As I am writing this, you're currently in the garage. As I'm writing this, you're currently in the garage parking. Currently in the garage packing the tent. I wanted to try to post this letter before we departed tomorrow so that it has a chance to arrive during your first few days on this date. With all the preparations, I'm not sure that I'm going to find the time. There's so much I want to say, and I'm sure I'll forget to tell you Friday night. Sometimes it's easier for me just to jot this stuff down. You're yelling at me right now to come bring you a pillowcase. Hold on a second. I'll be right back. I can tell you're really excited, but I think you might feel a little guilty about being so happy. The day after the funeral, believe me, I know how long Uncle Herbert worked on setting this up for you, and I know from our conversations just how much happiness this final project brought him, so do both of us a favor. Be excited. Okay. The house really is amazing. I know it's been almost 7 years since we were last up there, and I'm really curious to hear just how much you remember from those summer trips. You've always been smarter than me at this kind of thing, so I'm not sure how much guidance or inspiration I can offer before your trip that will actually be useful to you. Despite my best intentions, I'm sure that on Friday I'll end up leaving you with a few of my overused cliche expressions when we say farewell. Later, alligator dad. P.S. Get some sleep each night and don't spend all your time each day playing. Okay. Well, that's kind of sweet. I dig it. That's nice. This is the way. Alright, well, looks like we are going a long way back now that we have a key. So rip to our feet. Room doesn't do anything. Good old pantry. Now this would be a good time to have the running shoes. Rip my money. Okay, we have the courtyard. We want to do the... So we have a decision to make. We either can do the door at the courtyard makes no sense. We either do the door of the passage. Because we know the one on the right's electric. With the electric key card. That's irrelevant. So we need to either go to the left here or up here. I feel like we need to go up here. And we have a 1 reroll, so we have potential. I still can't afford anything. Well, I can afford a magnifying glass. I don't know what the magnifying glass does. Like, in the game. I know what it does in real life. Find out. Inspect documents of this state more closely. I see. Right. So there's hidden things on all the documents with the magnifying glass. I understand. Hmm. That's kind of cool that this kind of leaves it there. Hmm. Wow. Well, looks like we're rerolling. Okay, well this is good, but I don't have a key. Dark room is good. Alright, we're doing this. Hmm. Problem is I don't know what I'm necessarily looking for. See, I see the safe, and I look at this, which makes me think that maybe the safe code would be hidden on this picture. Assuming I find that kind of safe later on. That's where my brain goes to. It would be somewhere hidden, like probably maybe in a shadow. Oh, I know something I can use it for. Hold on. You reminded me. Aha! I see song in here. So what is this? It looks like an SWAN swan song. Swan song is the password. I can see that pretty clearly. All right, we need to get a notepad for that. That was that you reminded me greatly for that. Thank you. Boom. Save this on my computer. Yes, okay, so magnifying glass. Anything else in here? I don't think so. I also say that the way the arrows are in this makes me very suspicious. Well, I gotcha. I watch FTL. That little bit of detail is relevant because I could probably overcomplicate and overthink even this game, and my brain is like, ooh, but what about the deeper meaning of this? And maybe this is connected. And oh, there's a safe here I didn't know existed. With a code that we need to enter. See, now here's the interesting thing. We know that the safe is in the picture, so I think the picture is related to this. So I think the magnifying glass will help us with that. That tells us, what does this tell us exactly? There's no way to like rotate the picture like Amnesia style, I assume. Yeah, okay. Because I would like think to look behind the picture, but there's no way to do that. So see, I see the shadow of the Christmas tree, which makes me feel like there's going to be something hidden in a shadow. There's no like smudges on it. There's no nothing. No. Hold on. Hold on. So, okay. I'm going to assume that a puzzle works where it's per room. Correct me if I'm wrong. Where everything to be able to solve the puzzle is probably going to be in the room. I presume. I'm sort of wrong. A mostly true statement. So an exception would be like, probably rooms that interact, like the mail room, right? Where you come back, maybe that adds to the puzzle. But for the most part, like the parlor room, that puzzle was all in the room. A puzzle like this would be perhaps the solution to the safe is hinted at another document. Or like, for instance, the terminal was hinted in the shop, right? Because we got Swang Song as a password. So there's some cross-pollination for certain rooms and certain puzzles. That's kind of what I'm understanding. So I would think that probably the code for this safe is referenced probably in another document, hinted at something. So an example, so the picture probably hints at Christmas, meaning that there might be another document that references the date or the time or the year of that moment with the safe. So that maybe that's then connected to the password. Hence why it's referencing Christmas. So the picture itself indicates the time or the thing you would need to know for the safe, which would be the date. It could be, I don't know. There was a date referenced. It was 1983. Try 1983. No. That would be like how my brain would think. Something like that. Give me a hint as to where to start sniffing. How about that? More simple? See, this is... But you know this. I overcomplicate things. You remember me from The Witness? I have no idea what that link is, Wezer. Give me context. I'm not going to click the random link. I think I'm right in saying that all safes I've found in-game are solvable in the room. Okay. So at least for, so not for puzzles in general, but for safe puzzles in general. So the solution to this is indeed in the room. Interesting. Why do I feel like the shadow is involved in this? It's a GIF. A GIF of what, though? What is it a gift of? I'm getting a warning. Says the page cannot be reached. Yeah, that's why I don't trust this guy. I'll be honest, unless it's I know it's like a YouTube or some other links, I'm very iffy on most links. Especially with Discord. I don't know why it's giving me the error though. This is what it's giving me, for the record. In the future, I plan on having a system where I gotta find a way to make it, because people like to share things, and I want to make like some kind of point system for that. I kind of have one on the Twitch side, but I want something like in-house for me. I can kind of keep track of that. Discord failed you? Yeah, it's alright. It's alright. See, one thing about this that kind of intrigues me is that I've gotten no reference to where to look for, like, in terms of things that are notable in that, X is relevant because of this. Mannequin doesn't have a Santa hat. I feel like the Santa stuff is Hail Mary. Tells you there's a safe in the room is really what this does. There's no hard to read text on this or numbers anywhere. Now, my brain could go kind of crazy and start being like, well, what about the number of packages? And, you know, like start counting things based off of that. Maybe there's a reasoning for that, but I think that's probably too deep. I reckon. Because there's nothing referencing a number unless I start counting inanimate objects. Really. The one thing I do know is the thing that bothers me is the shadow. I'm obsessed with the shadow right now. This doesn't seem like anything's clear to interact with at the moment that I have. Would love more, like, indication from the game. I know I can ask chat. I know you guys could probably throw me a line and thirsting to do it, but I'm trying to, like, think out loud of my own deduction, like, is the fact that there's 6 or 7 candles mean anything? I don't remember the other room having any difference. You know, like stuff like that is what I would think. Like, it's the other room have 6 candles, so that's what matters. Is it because there's 2 pictures? Is that relevant? Is the fact that there's a certain number of pillows relevant? Like, there's been no indication of any of those things, so that's what makes me kind of, I guess, hesitant. Right. We have the billiard room, which would be now a different puzzle. I'll select that. Now that was referenced before as a mathematical puzzle. Okay, so when it comes to the room with the safe, I'll take a hint. Feel free. I'm okay with that. Because hold on. There's a candle. Hold on. There's a candle missing. That's what has happened in my brain. So is the candle amount relevant? What does it? Okay, question, because this will help me. Is there any relevance to the picture anymore? Or is the picture just telling me there's a safe? There is relevance to the picture. So the amount of things does matter. Oh dear God. Okay, but that doesn't change the fact that we don't know the order in which it matters, though. Because, like, okay, so now there's 9 candles, so one of the things could be 9. Okay, but then one of 4 potential places to put the 9 in the solution. This moving bothers me. That's also in the painting, or the picture, excuse me. What is missing in this picture, maybe? I think that did. Say it. I don't know what the. Say the word. I don't understand what this GIF is referencing. Also, Wiser, is your native language not English? Huh. Interesting. Typically when I get a link and it pops up at the bottom to translate. Typically because people are viewing it in a different language than English. I gain more knowledge upon you. Okay. So, back to the puzzle. Let's solve this before we go to the billiard puzzle. So the picture has relevance. What's goofy relevance that could matter? Things that that come to my mind that I think are relevant is the number of presents. So there are 7 presents that I can see. No, there's 8 presents that I can see because there's a little one right here. So there's 8 presents. I would think like the number of bulbs on the tree would matter. Maybe the color in which they are matter. Maybe. It'd be 3, 3, be 10. So I would think no, it's 11, isn't it? Was it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I would think that there's 9 candles in the room. There's 11 bulbs and 8 presents. And so some combination of those numbers would potentially be the solution to the safe. Because out of everything that like seems to matter based off like what I'm looking at, is the things that stand out the most are the bulbs and the presents. All this other stuff in the background kind of doesn't, like, there's the hat missing from the mannequin. The mannequin might have maybe something more on it, but we can't crouch. Also, like the slats on the record player could matter. I think because these are all blurry, this doesn't matter. I don't think this matters. I thought maybe something with the shadow matters, but I don't see anything. See anything in like the reflection anywhere, just to double check. But that's kind of where my brain would go. Okay, so let's do just a lot of possible combinations with this. 11. Hold on, clear this. 1, 1, 9, 8. No. 9, 8, 1, 1. No. How many pair of shoes are on? There's a pillow on the floor. There's 2 pairs of shoes. There's 2 pillows on the floor. There's 2 pairs of shoes. 4 shoes total. How many fucking lamps are there? 1, 2. There's 2 lamps. How many pillows are there? And why does this look this way? The picture of numbers on it? That's what I thought it would be, but like again, I don't have any means to rotate this picture or anything like that. And we have the magnifying glass, but there's no clear text anywhere like that. All right, I'll take how about this? Is there a way to hint at what is actually relevant? Because one thing is that there's been no indication, at least into me in this room, as to what's relevant. Is there a way to hint as to what I know is relevant in terms of like counting or lookings? Like nothing's been presented. Just the picture. Too deep and too wide. I like things too deep and too wide. To me, the simplest thing is that the code would be revealed here. There's 2 lines above the safe, so the answer's 2. How about that? No. That's super simple. I talked about the date earlier, but it gave no indication that this was an important date. It's the 12th of December. It's 12/25. So just simply the relevance. So, okay, so this is a general knowledge. Okay, let's try that. 12/25. That's going to be the answer, isn't it? It's a general knowledge. I understand. Okay, that's going to give me a huge indication of understanding the puzzles going forward. Because that was the thing, was... Well, of course it would, because it's backwards, but we don't talk about how backwards you guys are. We still love you. Now we have 4. Herbert. I was distraught to learn that you have chosen to omit the details of our mentions disappearance from the public record. It is no surprise to me that the royal court would want this embarrassment kept as quiet as possible, but I am shocked that you have so little regard for your niece that you would play the king's skillum? Or Scallion? And stoop to kissing the foot that treads upon her memory. She gave up her family, her fortune, and her life, and all you can do is think of your name? Having never had a family, name, nor fortune of my own, I cannot personally condemn you for faltering in your commitment to make the same sacrifice as she did, but for the love of God, do not be that same display of weakness. Clutch your petty assets so tightly that you undermine the cause that she forfeited everything to further. Our countrymen must be made aware of the price she paid and must be made to see the color of the flag she flew as she rode into the darkness of 100 nights. To deny her story is to deny her life. Okay. If through your silence you bless this betrayal, our son Simon, your heir, will inherit a fortune of lies and will spit upon your grave when he learns of your cursed foolishness. Needless to say, we will not be coming for Christmas this year, Daniel. Okay, I feel like this is some deep lore referencing. So, okay, that could be that could be relevant. The giant 4 on this just screams at me, by the way. Just screams at me. 4. Remember 4. Alright. Yeah, that's definitely some... Okay, now we're off to the next puzzle. Alright, we know that it references the darts because we've heard something talk about... Okay, so we have some kind of mathematical puzzle ahead of us. We read something talking about that, so we know that. So let's try to figure that out. It's going to have to do with the dartboard. Ah, right. Dining room's a little far away, but yes, I got you because we hit ranked 8. Yes, this is my first time seeing the dartboard. We've read something reference to it already. Okay. Oh. Now we have a 2 and a 7. What happens if I do... Let's try a 1. Doesn't do anything. Is that so I watch FTL? It definitely feels like a math test. That's one thing that is nice about being a smaller streamer is you don't have to deal with that. It can be a bit of annoying. Suffer like the rest of us. Okay, hold on. I see numbers on the billiard balls. A 5 and 8, 3 and a 13. That's interesting. 15. And what's the pink one? Pink one has 12. We start with 19. Okay, so I'm gonna do what I think in my head simply. So when I look at this, this is what I think. Also, why do I have a ping? Care about that. Alright, so we're gonna pull out a calculator. I have a thought in my head as to what I think the answer is, which is add up all the billiard, because I remember reading the note and he thought it was cool and you didn't need to know how to play darts to do it. So what I think you would do is you would add up all the billiard balls and then you would hit the spots to try to eat the total of the billiard balls. Is what I would think. So yeah, let's do that. So do some of this, and I guess then we can do this in my head. What is this? 5 and 8 is 13. Plus 12 is 25. We have 25. Those 3 balls. Okay. White ball is a cue ball, has nothing. What is this one again? 15. So 26 plus 25, so it's 51. We have 51, and we have to start with 19. So 51 minus 19 equals 32. And then, so I don't understand why, I don't understand why the color is this. So now we have 7 and a 2. I don't understand what that would have any meaning. It's not in the triple location, because I've played darts. This is the double, this is the triple. Pressing something wrong resets it, which is interesting to me. That I don't understand yet either. I feel like the numbers in the balls matter. Would I be correct in that assessment? Do the billiard ball numbers have any relevance whatsoever? Because there's also deduction. Hmm. What? Try 7? We haven't tried 7, but apparently 9 works. Why the fuck does 9 work? It lit up triple. Oh, wait a minute. So 9. So now 13 triple, which is 36, is lit up. What's divisible by 36? Well, 6 is. No. No, brain. 12 is. Remember the note? I remember him talking about it vaguely. I don't remember anything else about the rules. So I would guess the next answer would be 12, because it's triple and divisible by 3. No. I wish I had that note to read right now. I so badly wish I had that note to read. You don't have to know darts for it to matter, is one thing he said. This lit back up, but this lit up. That resets it. That resets it. I don't understand why when we clicked 19... Oh, wait a minute. These two added up equal 9. Hold on. Yellow is different. What is 13 minus 9 is 6. Where's this? Ah, I understand. My brain took a moment. So that's subtraction. This is addition. So the next one is 3. Oh, pink is different. What is pink? Oh, the colors associate to what you do. Yellow subtraction, blue addition. Pink is either multiplication or division. I doubt it's division. They'll probably do multiplication. With 2 times 4 is 8, so 8 will be the answer. Okay. So then we have 15. This is it's PEMDAS. Your order of operations matter. Remember that game Mouse? That had some hype? I don't actually, Molten. Also, what's up? Okay, so 6 is the answer to this? Okay, so it did addition, subtraction, then multiplication. Now it's giving us multiplication with addition and subtraction. Now if we follow simple PEMDAS, we would do multiplication first. So you would do But the problem is none of that doesn't make it under 20. Which I think would matter for at least the solution. So anything probably has to be under 20. Because you could do 2, 13 minus the 15, and then times the 3 would be 6. Or... was supposed to be helpful, Wiser. But I think that the clue simply tells you it's a math puzzle. And then you're probably supposed to deduct from there from like kind of brute forcing it. So I guess 6. Okay. I did it. We got a key card, which means we can go to the key card door. Okay, I understand that now. That's kind of cool, that kind of the mathematical puzzle with that, with the addition and the colors. But we didn't see anything pop up with division, which will probably be a different color than the pink. Yeah, Euro was only talking about the note because that, yeah. Yeah, not to care about the rules of darts. Well, the only thing about darts that it mattered was, they use the color and the positions of like the double, triple areas to like denote what order you're doing. Also, this is an indication plus, minus, times, and division. We didn't get any division. So he hints at this, but I only kept seeing the one color. And then when I saw the second color, I was confused. But then I was like, well, why is it showing the 7 and the 2? And why is 9 the solution? Then it clicked. Just takes a moment. We got there. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, they plus, minus, times, and the division. I guess that's also the order in which they want it done. Which is what we did with the multiplication, was you did the blue, then the yellow, then the pink, and then probably whatever this is, which, maybe green or purple, I don't know. Alright, so we don't have a key to go there. We actually have the note. That's interesting. We have a key card, which means we can go back to do that. We also now have a gem. Oh. 7 locked doors? For real? Sure. Let's go take a peek. Well, all these are going to be locked. What about this door, though? That door's locked. I was hoping maybe the door at the end of the hallway wasn't. But, you know, I can't do math because it did say 7, and then there's 7 doors, whatever. Can we go anywhere else? I say we cannot, which means we probably need to go the next day. We could quickly go to the dining hall and get the food just to see what it does. And because I have the steps for that. Let's go do that. I'm assuming it just gives me steps, but we'll confirm. Paid money. I like the parlor game with the boxes. Ooh, steak. 20 steps. Plus an additional 10 steps if you have a showroom in your house. Sure. I know, right? Big brain decision with that locked door. I should have gone to the dark room and checked that out. Alright, we can do no other room in this, so we call it a day, unfortunately. we've got no garage, nothing to do with the keys before I go, and we did something with the key card. And I don't think there's anything that I can recall that I could use the current magnifying glass for to get more clues. We already got the terminal password. There is. You think? Because we only have a couple of. We have 35 steps. We could go anywhere, really, if we wanted to. To get further clues, I'm gonna say let's start with the mailroom. Let's just go to the mailroom because that has a bunch of notes potentially that we can use the magnifying glass on. Right, so we have like the letter. That code could be. Oh, here we go. In fog we are lost, in fire we are found. I wouldn't be able to see any of that before. See, that seems very relevant as a clue to things. There's a 4 as that T. That T in the end of don't right there is super suspicious. Wait a minute, is there anything else? There's a 2 up there. Oh, there's a code hidden in this fucking letter. Oh my god. Is it only on the last page? It might only be on the one page. I do not see. We'll write down that code because it could be relevant. This is like the greater puzzle piece, I guess, or a piece to the greater puzzle, I presume. Because otherwise the note doesn't have much interest. So there's no numbers on the first page. So I'll safe to assume there's probably not any on the second page to save us a little bit of time. Because when you're reading it, the way your brain kind of works, you don't think to see the numbers. But there is on the first. Okay, so hey buddy. I don't see. So first things first. Did I already miss something? Wait. So that... Here we go. This is what I wanted. House is really amazing. So 2. Let's make a sticky note. We're gonna write this shit down. 2. Let's keep going. 7 years. We don't care about that because that's not a number. The fact that I don't see any numbers is concerning me. But there was a 2 and a 4. See, there's a 4. So there's a 2 and a 4 in this that I've noticed. But how many pages is there? So there's this. 1 page. We checked this. There's no... I didn't see any in the first page. The second page, I don't think there is, but now that the fact there's only 2 in the other one makes me think that maybe there is. We'll be quick. Again, I'm looking for letters that look like numbers. So like your 5s being, or S's being 5s, and you know, don't there looking like a 4, and the Z looking like a 2. What I'm looking for is stuff like that. Maybe I'm going too fast, but I'm trying to kind of check it out. If there's nothing on the second page, that just is odd to me that the only 2 letters are that. That is so odd to me. And of course, we read the crest or the seal. There is a porno called The Pursuit of a Penis. I love how that has so much relevance to what's going on right now. What the fuck, Euron? Why? Why? There's no relevance. Get the fuck out of here. Oh, God. Pursuit of a Penis. Jesus Christ. Up. Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? Did they ever prove he was the one that stole the Baron's mail? Gotcha. Watch FTL. Now, okay, the fact that the letter from my dad in this game has the 2 and the 4, is that coincidence, or is there something to that? Get the fuck out of here. I can pursue the penis. You guys just pursue the penis. Okay, can you blame this game? Literally feeds that. Are you kidding me? Okay, so I feel like this date is relevant. It will be at some point. Out of respect for the late Claire, West Wing will be closed until further notice. While the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool, we ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. So, is this a hint that you can never get the pool as a draft next to this room? $200 screenshots so far. Well, speaking of screenshots, let's, you know. That's what I get from this. Alright, we'll keep saving more screenshots. Okay. I'm on it. I'm on it. We're solving the puzzles. We got steps to burn. Looking for papers to read since we have a magnifying glass, so we get more big picture puzzle solving. Alright, so we're here. Steam notes? Yeah, there you go. More visual. Alright, here's the paper that gave us the clue about the room beforehand. The puzzle with the darts. There's no other pages to this. There's nothing the magnifying glass on that. So I think that is only that's only purpose is to help us with that puzzle. So there's probably no other meaning to that. We're gonna actually go check out most of all of them. That's kind of where I'm going. Anything with a paper is where I'm gonna check out. Yeah, we got 25 steps. I mean, we can pretty much check out all of them. A little extra paranoid. Alright, corridor, entrance hall. Gotcha, I watch FTL. Okay, that makes sense. The White Sea of Yore. Has the number 4 there again. That's really interesting. I'm gonna screenshot this because I feel like this sticker has meaning. Not magnifying the way I want. But we'll take it. Gimme. Gimme. How we do things. I can, no, don't do that. I think the name of that might have relevance. With the seal, which is the loading. Okay. Okay. Parlor room. Nothing relevant on this piece of paper. Okay. By the way, like, in terms of, like, perspective and my brain having tinfoil. Oh, how is that, by the way, you're on? I heard great things. Really, really great things. Oh my god, it gives you a hint to this. What is this? Antechamber appears to be sealed by all 4 sides. Must be a way to open. That looks like Sinclair has many secrets that he will something to his order of operations. Ah. But we already know that on the hand, so we don't need to do this. But this bit is interesting. This bit. That was cool. Okay. Nothing else to interact with in here. I can see if there was like any notes I missed. And we'll of course go the next day. I'm kind of getting ready for the next day. And desert and that's the way I read that. I definitely can see why this game could be like super addicting though. This looks interesting. What is hidden in here? Now that I got the magnifying glass, what is hidden here? Where's Waldo? Chat, do we know where Waldo is? I need to find him. It's of the utmost importance that I find Waldo. He's in another castle. Did your pursuit of penis tell you that? He's the secret inside room 46. The accursed room 36. It's exactly right, Molten. It's exactly what's happening. And once you start unraveling that thread of mystery and you get the next clue and the next clue and the next clue, it just, you start going kind of a bit batty. And then the tinfoil thickens and you start chewing on it and then you start sounding like a fucking crazy person. It costs 50 gold. No, not 50 gold. Alright, I have gone to every room and looked over every photo with the magnifying glass. That seems relevant to me. I regret picking this room. I do not think you have a raging clue. Oh, woo. Hold on. A raging clue.
It's good.
Careful now. Careful now. Alright. I think that's everything, boys and girls. That's all she wrote. Alright, let's call it a night. New run. Let's go. More puzzly. $26 this time. We got really close, but we learned that all the rooms are sealed. Oh yeah, no, we're not going anywhere, Molten. Sit your ass back down. Don't you go anywhere. This is a roguelike puzzle game. We're puzzling. Yeah, exactly, you're on. Yeah, no, I feel exactly what you guys were saying. I understand. Yes. Ooh, we can go to the mailroom. We have a package. Yes. Package. Sleeping mask and 2 gems. There's a lot of numbers here. I'm screenshotting this. This is a lot of numbers. This could be relevant. Gimme. Gimme! Gimme! Boom. Boom. Okay. Oh! Bedrooms are now worth more sleep. Okay. Or more steps. Okay. Okay, okay. Got 2 gems. Is it the same note from my dad? It is, with the same 2 and the same 4 right here. Mmm. 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 This I already screenshot. This is super relevant as well. I forgot to magnifying glass this. This is going to be a cool puzzle to solve. Next time I get to the breaker room, that is. I'm going to say den. And then let's go this. Do we want to go this way? We'll save that in case we, you know, get stuck or something. We could backtrack. Give me my gem. Go this way. So the bedroom, we get more sleep and does go up. Yeah. Ooh, parlor room. More puzzling. So, is it always going to be 2 gems to pick it right? Is that kind of the catch? Alright, so what do we got here? This box is the middle box. That's a lie. The gems are in the middle box. This box is the middle box. So one box has to be true, one box has to be false. This is not the middle box, obviously. This is not the middle box, obviously. So this has got to be the true box, so this box will have 2 gems in it. Hey, look at that. I'm smart. I'm smart with puzzle deduction. Gotcha, you're no, it's a turn-based, right? I remember I think reading that, like, it's a turn-based, kind of like XCOM. I'm smart, big brain, big brain. Drawing room, the chance to redraw, I think, is a great opportunity. There were car keys? Wait, for real? Gotcha. Okay, that's interesting. In the bedroom? Okay. Ooh, a compass. Draw floor plans leading north are more frequent. Yeah. Okay. Frickin' A. Alright, I'll backtrack a little bit to test your thing. Car keys were... Oh my god, they were. Thank you, I watch FTL. You were right. Don't let it get to your head. Okay, a key seems like a great... Ooh, garage! And we have the key. Yes! This is the new room key. Ooh. Do not... Oh. Oh, there's oil. It's slippy. Ooh. This is the third time this month you and the car have been gone when your services were required. I don't care how long you have been driving for. His lordship, your absence must be accounted for. Interesting, interesting. Okay, so we can open up this. So, do you not get the... Oh, there's the 3 keys. Okay. Oh. Moonshine. An upgrade disc. Insert into the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of the one of your floor plans. Yeah. And we know the password to that, which is Swan Song. Oh, we got a note. The drop-off address is 14227 Sandy Heights. Small garage on the south edge of Trinsdale. The goods are already secure and in the trunk, so just unload and get back here before noon. I've seen Sinclair's schedule, and I don't think he'll be requesting the car today. But you never know when the cat will want to get some air. That's funny. Tomorrow will likely be the best delivery. And believe Denny already. And I believe Denny already has payment ready. Interesting. Okay, so that hints that there's something in the trunk, is what I get from that. Okay. And we can't open up that. Nothing else with the key that seems relevant. And we can't do anything with this. But this is because we know that the breaker had, by default, was off the garage. So if the breaker had power, we could open the garage. And because we've tinkered with the breaker box, I understand that. So we could return here if we turn this on. Swan Song. Okay. So we need to go back to the den. We got 3 keys and 3 gems, and we finally did something with the car, so that's kind of cool. We have another nook, closet, spare room. Thank you, I watch FTL. Well, I just remember the breaker box is the only reason. Speaking of breaker boxes, see, I would like to do this, but the problem is I also want to go up. But I also want to solve... You know what? I need to... If I want to solve the garage, don't worry about it. Let's solve the garage. Let's get answers. Also, we have the solution to this puzzle as well. So, garage is now on. And then we have this puzzle to solve. Do I want to solve that now, or do we want to go ahead and go to the garage? I guess we solve it now. Okay, well, let's bring up the screenshot, shall we? Okay, so this is what we got to work with. Now, this is where it's going, we have to kind of picture it in our head, I presume. Here we go. So, utility room fuse box. We have indicators. So, if we click on the buttons green, they'll turn green. But we want to make all of these purple. So the way to do this is it's a multi-stage, right? So press a blue indicator. So press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. So the way that this works, press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. Press any button above to activate blue. So we would press this one first, and then this would turn, this would be a blue indicator, which is next to a red indicator, which will turn this purple. Right? We have to get all 5 of these to get this to turn, so this one is relevant. So my understanding... I watch FDL. So you press a blue indicator next to a purple to indicate... So... That's my understanding. So, we did that. We can make this blue. This is right here. It says, because it says press any button to activate blue. I thought it would indicate more that, like, no, that's not the right thing. This thing. I thought it would indicate more that, like, so if I do this, does it turn this one blue? Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. It is not possible to blow up the house while you're playing with those buttons. Okay. But I'm trying to understand, is it like, what happens? Press any button to activate blue. press any button to activate blue. So if I... So I would do... Wait, it turns red? Wait, they can turn red? My fucking brain right now. If I do this, I would think it would do something. It's your birthday, Molten? Happy birthday if it is. That's awesome. Oh, what kind of pen? Oh, dab pen. Oh. Oh. Oh my. Yesterday was your birthday. Well, still happy birthday. And cheers to your soon to be interesting birthday present, I presume. Good fun. Okay, so what does making these red do? There's no indication as to what they do. So what's the deduction? This is... Yes, in the picture some of them are red. Okay, so, all right. Press any button above to activate blue. Okay. Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. 5 purple indicators are needed to activate the 6th. So what I get from that, right, is that if I press this button, right, it activates this blue. I'm assuming that they correspond to each other below, right? If I click this, it activates blue. Because it's next to a red, okay, it turns this purple. So if I want to activate these, I would turn... So if I click this to green, this is blue. If I click this to red, this is red. Why not make them all green and then make one blue? Well, I'm wondering, like, so, like, in my like, if I make this green, does this come down here? Does this one become blue? This one. That's what I'm wondering. Because if that's the case, then I could, like, I understand. That's what I assume. That's what I think in my head, is that if I click this green, this is blue. If I click this red, this is red. These are blue and green, by the way. I'm not colorblind. I'll take a colorblind test live. I know that there's a difference between these two. And if I turn this blue or green, this turns blue. That's what I understand. So, if that's the case, we would click these two green to make these both blue. I would make this red. Or no. Because we want to turn all of these purple. So, green, 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 blue, blue. What is this? Press a blue indicator next to a red indicator to activate purple. So, okay. We would do that. I don't know what you mean by make the other one red. That's what I don't understand. That's already red. If I click this, it'll activate the purple. These are blue. Yeah. Yeah, because I'm trying to understand, because it's like, is it three-dimensional? Is there like hidden? So, okay. So it's just indicating what it means to make the purple. So if that's the case, red, red, red. Blue. That's now purple down there. Then this can be purple. Not purple. That is now purple. That is now purple. I'm picturing them changing purple in my head down at the bottom, like what they're doing. God dang it. Oh wait, now they're blue. Oh! Oh. I understand. See, Okay, in fairness, what I'm thinking is that there's a line of this. Yeah, I'm thinking this is underneath, that there's a line of this, and then I'm changing them to fit that, like, tiered down. Like a filter. From top to bottom. Not that I'm changing just the lights based off of, like... God dang it. I understand. Okay. Oh, it's one of these puzzles. Okay. Can we... But it changes that. You have to kind of... Can I, like, wipe this, please? Can we... Why is it not changing that one? When I click this, how come it's not changing the one on the right? It'll change the both if I click the middle here. Oh, green turns to blue. Oh. Oh, fuck me. Okay, red turns to purple. I click this, it'll turn to blue. That's not what we want. So hold on. If I do this, it'll turn it to blue. And if I do this, it turns it to purple. Is there any way to change? But once it's blue, it cannot change. I kind of understand. I don't like the fact that it... I started it, now I can't undo it. If I activate this, this will turn blue. And I can turn that purple. But then doing that won't do anything. How do I change to where I don't want this getting changed? So now it's blue, it's forever that way. In a line? It won't let me. So like if I click, I guess maybe reset. So like if I click this, click this, click this. I've been trying to get rid of okay, so like in this line, so if I click this, this will turn blue. I could do this. There's no reward. I'm going mad. Are you serious? They're all purple. What does it mean? Do I need to have this switch? It's incomplete. I have to have this switch probably because there's no switch here. I did it. Okay. The reason that puzzle was giving me a hard time for a little bit was because I kept when I first was trying to figure out what was affected and what wasn't, is I did not realize that clicking a blank one next to purple wouldn't change the purple. That's the catch in my head. That's what I was afraid to click next to purple because I thought it would change the purple. But that was because it was in the middle because it turned blue, not the other way around. Can I drive the car? Fuck it. Can't go up there. Alright, we're going this way. So we have a gate. We found water. That's so lovely. I like the music right now. It's relaxing. It's peaceful. I feel great frustration because I want to know things. There's a fountain, a bird, or not a fountain, but a bird bath. My brain. We get to the other side. Oh. I've permanently unlocked the west gate. Oh. We've made some permanent progress. That's beautiful. Now I'm gonna jump off a cliff because I turned all the buttons purple and I don't know the meaning. Purple buttons of bullshit. Purple buttons. What does it mean? What do they mean? The tomb. What? Each time you draft a dead end in your house. Each time you draft a dead end in your house, spread $5 in the tomb. We can trade items? To open the garage and the gate on day 3 by yourself is impressive. Thank you. I don't feel impressive, but okay. Fuck. The only thing about this looks like the tomb with the money seemed interesting. Trading items, I feel like I need to know more. I'm gonna say the tomb. We'll spin the step just to go in. Just to check it out. Now, I'm assuming this draft for this room is not permanent. So, ideally, right, you would like start your level, you'd go here, pick a room, and then based off of that pick, you would determine how you navigate it a little differently. Like how you kind of vibe in with the run. That's my rough under... Oh, we got more puzzle. Essentially, yes. Each of our journeys come to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is the definitive dead end. Or is it? Oh. Oh, there's only 3 candles lit, but there are 5 candles here. No, I'm sorry, 6. 3 unlit, 3 lit. What does it mean? I can count. My brain's beginning to twitch. The smooth brain is beginning to grow legions. This game is lit, yes. I'm digging the music right now. It's very somber, very just chill. You know, it feels like you need it, right? If you have to embrace it when you get like frustrated, because I could also see people hearing this music and they going completely mad because they're like, why should I feel calm when I'm frustrated? But take it in, just relax. We're enjoying a puzzle, man. I guess when it says spread, I guess it just means randomly spread around. Oh. What we got going on over here? I got some pretty flowers. Oh, but only in the event of my death. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the prestigious places of this grand estate, I choose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest, and that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition and family tradition. They're as strong, and family tradition, they're as strong. Three as strong. Thrice as strong. Thank you. I was sitting there going, I think I understand. I was seeing there's 2 E's instead of a C, but yeah, okay. There are chains that seldom bend and never break, and I do wonder what places and pedestals of yours will be sacrificed upon the family fonts. Upon the family font of convention, excuse me. Okay. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? Interesting. In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. Jesus. Ain't that the truth? I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another's life at the sake of your at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlaying the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds the trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition it is that dumped me in this soulless hollow. That's a really good point. And something I've talked about, like IRL, is like, I don't want to be in a fucking coffin. I would love to be like he said, like under a tree. Like, bury me in the ground, put a tree above me. That just seems like perfect. I don't want to be in a dark, fucking, stinky crypt. It just makes no sense. Not that I'll care, but still. And if, by morbid example, this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these depths halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend, if not break, these chains, oh, then would I cherish this tomb more than oak? Oh. And sycamore and spruce, excuse me, sycamores. That took me a moment. Then I would cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce, more than my wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. Interesting. The value of it is the perspective. I would have you rise a shrine upon the spot, commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this spectacle sepulchre? I don't know what the fuck that word means. See, I don't know what that means. Hold on. I shall learn. I don't think I've ever said or read that word. A burial chamber.
Sepulchre.
A sepulchre. I pronounced it right.
Sepulchre.
Never in my life have I known that means a burial chamber. I have seen a lot of references to crypts and tombs, and never have I seen that word that I can remember. Wow. Okay, I learned a new word. Anyway, this sepulchre as hollow ground to realize that grand gestures can be effective, as they are thrice. Again. Is that right? The fuck is that word? The fuck? I already look retarded enough as it is. Can we not do more? Am I spelling that right? I don't know what that word is. I can't tell with the cursive. I'm not sure. I think it's TH. Is it TR? Last word. This word. I tend to read cursive. I mean, I've read all those other cursive pretty well. Theatric. Theatric. Okay. Thank you for that. So in summary, there's like a moral message being given to this note. I don't see any clues. I don't see anything in the magnifying glass either, nor do I see any numbers in the letters for context. It's a sweet message. Kind of fucked up 2 words at the end there, but I got something in my eye. But I like it. I dig it. I'm here for it. It's sweet. There is something to be said, like, to kind of veer into like the meaning of what he was saying is even though the tradition is kind of weird, having a place to like have people you'll never meet but are related to you be able to look back and kind of question maybe how you were in life is kind of useful in a lot of regards. Burying the past is important, but not forgetting it is also important. I think there's some merit to that. I like that moral. And it was an interesting twist on... He was saying is that, like, if my tomb gave you some form of knowledge, then it is memorable. Or more memorable than the tree of, like, maybe what you initially wanted. Don't you ... me. The hell are you talking about? I'm enjoying it. It's important. Also, I haven't actually explored these grounds that much. Oh, did I miss something? Of course I did. I'm gonna keep exploring though real quick. I've not actually explored out here. Ooh! That is an iron door of intrigue right there. That is very interesting. Oh, look at the birds. The birds! Probably another gate to open, which means I bet you if we get the garage or something on the other side, the east side, we can open this. So, and we probably want to get that unlocked. There's... Oh, this is the camping he referenced! In Dad's note. Oh, this is where we're just staying. Oh! Due to the rules set forth in your great uncle's will, you are not allowed to stay in the estate overnight. Luckily, however, your scouting skills have been put to good use to fabricate a very respectable off-site sleeping quarters. Oh. I now understand and have a better mental picture of actually what's going on here. So we're... Wow, what a strange thing to be like where you're next to a... Excuse me, you're next to a mansion. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There was a thing in the pantry talking about apples and apples. And I think there was a code mentioned. Fuck, I don't remember it. But it's an apple orchard. So any reference to an apple orchard for the code is something we need to keep an eye out for. Okay. I can do that. Okay. We have another door that's like in a bunker. Anyway, what I was saying, it's kind of crazy to think that a multi-million-dollar mansion and you just sleep it outside in a tent nearby. It's a little cray-cray, a little kooky. A little kooky. what's really cool about games like this that I think a lot of people, I think, miss the point of them? Also, we can go down. That's interesting. And we'll go back to the tomb. See what I potentially missed. Oh, there's a wooden door to open. Is, you know, I think a lot of people are intimidated to... Thank you, Molten. A little bit of delay there, but thank you for that answer very much. Is, I think a lot of people are afraid to look dumb. But I think it's kind of fun, because, like, you kind of learn together and you kind of bumble through and have a good time with it. But games like this will always make you feel stupid. This is like the nature of puzzle games. We're not all going to be like Jimmy Neutroning it, just brain blast and being good to go. This is beautiful, by the way. And I think games like this are quite humbling, actually. Good. It's good for you, I think. Numbs encounter things you don't know. Now, there's even more going on here. What is this? It is very dark. Holy shit. Oh, I wonder if at some point we get a means to light torches and we get a bunch of crates in here. There is a lot of mystery going on. I am glad I finally took the time to explore the grounds, though, because all of this is very useful information. Alright, let's go double check that tomb and see what I have potential. And I got the gold out of it. That I did do. Eee. Wait, what? Oh. You shush. So maybe there are statues to the house and their depiction like this, because I've seen statues like this that are smaller, and how they have their hands probably a clue to this. That looks like a doorway to be unlocked. I'm gonna put them all down for now. This also looks like a massive puzzle with blocks that I can put in here and push in and that I can't currently interact with. That is okay. Hold on. This is a scepter. This is royalty. Royalty goes up. Help probably down. What is this? That I do not know. Like a jockey whip strap, or a whip stick is what it looks like. For like the horses when they're riding them. I think that's what that's called. Yeah, jockey. Yeah. Alright, so everything is down except for the royalty. That's what you called it, was a jockey? Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's called a jockey. Well, I know the guy riding it is also a jockey. But, you know, English is funky like that sometimes. Okay, well, all of them being down. Jock straps, huh? Okay, so them all being down did not seem to do anything. So my indication to this is we need to figure out the puzzles in the house and what the statues have. Probably some of them are up and some of them are down. And the clue is the indication of probably what they have in their hands. So this one has a hoe, one has the jockey, one has the scepter, one has the maid, pitchfork. So we need to keep an eye out for these kind of statues in the house, and probably when we figure all of them out, we'll be good to go. There you have it. Alright, we'll take the garage route. I believe that's faster. No, because we don't want to backtrack. We need to go to the entrance hall, so we can just go right here from the beginning. Okay, cool. Sweet. I'm gonna take the Nook. I'd rather have the key. There's nothing in the shop right now that I can think of. Well, I can buy the magnifying glass because I have 5 gold. But I can't buy... Wait a minute, you can buy a sledgehammer, so I wonder if you could take the sledgehammer to the tomb to bust open that area. Wasn't there... Okay, hold on. Let's open this, because there was something else to buy. Now I'm thinking big picture right now. See, okay, now these pictures are different. This is some kind of clue. The fact that those pictures are different, this, to me, indicates some kind of clue. For sure. Alright. What does it mean? The stock of the store changes. Of course it does. A metal detector. Oh dear God. A salt shaker? What the hell does the salt shaker give me? Oh. Okay. Okay. It gives me more steps. Okay. The salt of Christ compels me. Yes, yes it does. Well, we already spent our money, so this would be a freebie for us. So let's go ahead and do that. Now, I have a question, and this is more kind of a game mechanic question. I don't know how spoilerly it would be. But are there certain rooms that will never have an item? So, like, my instinct is that, like, the chapel will never have, like, the car keys. That might be all entirely random, I presume. But, like, I would think that, like, the spare room, unless something specific happens or indicates, that probably would never have an item. I could be wrong about that, but I get that vibe because, like, every time I've entered, I've never gotten an item in here. Okay, okay. Just stuff spawns, right? Okay. I just, like I said, like, I've been through, like, a couple of these and I haven't seen, like, anything in the spare room or anything in the chapel yet or anything like that. I love it tells me what my outer room is. That's cool. Also, we still have the red letter that we got from the safe. I didn't look up. That's the classic gamer move, is I didn't look up. I understand. They have Roman numerals. They have Roman numerals. Okay. That's the order in which to probably do something with them? They're all up. No, you said gamers don't. No, I know that's a thing. Gamers don't look up, and it did dawn on me. I'm looking at it now. I understand. I understand. Okay. Okay. Let's make some notes. No. You guys are fucking plotting on me now. All right. I don't know if that 24 is wrong. Okay, so Ho is 1. O equals 1. Okay. What's number 2? Number 2 is honey. Honey. I'm gonna call that because that looks like a honey stick. Equals 2. It's true that they are. Okay, pitchfork. We'll say fork. Equals 3. Jockey. Jockey. Equals 4. No, I'm sorry, that equals 6. Never mind, I got my Roman numerals backwards. Hold on, I'm sorry. That equals 6. The maid equals 4. Okay, that would have been bad. And of course, broom equals 5. And of course, king or scepter equals 7. Equals 7. So now we need to go back to the tomb now, don't we? Let's go back to the tomb. I'm intrigued. I'm burning steps on this. So they were all up initially when I first entered, and I was kind of, you know, dicking around with the hoe. As you do with the hoe, is you kind of dick around. I know. But it's the truth. So they're all down. So I need to raise them all up. And the order in which I pull them down probably matters. Because this can only go up and down, and deduction is the order in which you do them is what matters, not since all of them had them up. So, yes. So we raise them all up. Raise, raise, raise. And I bet you it opens up this tomb. That sarcophagus. That's what I'm guessing. Because that's the end, which is the... You probably hear a noise and you probably go there and check it out. That's what that seems like the boss room level up. I could tell gamers sense. I've been doing it for too long. Okay, so we got what? 3, 4, 5 here. 5 here. Okay, first one was the hoe. Pull on that hoe. Okay, second was the honey. Where's the honey? Weird, not jockey. That's the broom. Maid. Pitchfork. Where the frig is the honey? This is the honey. Oh, it's a pizza pan. Okay, in the picture, I thought it looked like, you know, the kind of honey thing. But it's a pizza pan, of course. Okay, or the baking. Okay, that makes sense. That's number 2. Number 3 is the fork. Okay. 4 is the maid. 5 is the broom. 6 is the jockey. And then finally, this. Hey! I did it! I know you got the assist on that, but that feels good. At least get the order of it right. What the hell is this? The catacombs. You'll be even more subtle going forward. Okay. The catacombs, huh? Oh. This is... Oh, wait, there is a reference to some of the stained glass in Last Crusade. I think I know what you're talking about, Malton. Yes. Sorry about that, Malton. You're fine, you're fine. Oh, look at this! Okay, well, we're screenshotting the shit out of this. Buckos. Give me that. This is my clues. Look at this. Give me. Boom. Clue number 6. Good to go. Yeah. I know what you're talking about. That's a good movie too. By the way, Molten, look here. Okay. I just did BP because blueprints is to be shorthand. Alright, you leave me alone. Judge away. I can activate the statue. There's a giant arrow pointing there. Of course. So I kind of looked at the map. The map is interesting, but it doesn't mean anything to me yet. But I did screenshot it. Yes. I fucked up my Mexico beach is what they did. BP. Where is this going? Holy shit. I love how, like, I'm hesitating, like, tapping instinctually and, like, pressing shift even though I can't. Okay. So we can enter from different ways on that. That is, massively interesting. Wow. What is this? Ooh, more map. Ooh, an upgrade. Interesting. So I still need to find that terminal for these upgrades. And what that means. Because I've... Okay. Ooh, what's this? Foundation elevator, concealed entrance, cliffside exit, minecart, fountain entrance, tomb entrance, torch chamber, rotating gear to northern lever. Ew. Puzzle, puzzle, puzzle. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Boom. We might sort these out, like, I might organize my notes later, like, you know, map 1, 2, 3, because, you know, we'll get other clues maybe in between, but, okay, so this looks like a big center room that's super important, and the fact that the candles are here but not lit must indicate that, if I had to wager a guess, that we probably need to do various things in the room with the big gear. And if we do it successfully, it probably activates a candle. And then ideally you want to be able to turn on all the candles. Which probably unlocks something. That's what I get from this. Based off of the giant room I just looked at. I know that's pretty obvious considering it's a puzzle game, but, you know, sometimes it needs to be said. Oh, here's where the boat is. Okay, we saw that in the other map. There was the reservoir. Which we cannot get to, because it's flooded, so we must have to do something to drain the water at some point. Okay. That is interesting. So we need to drain the water to get access to the boat. And also can't do anything here because it's flooded. So we got 2 puzzle pieces in the way of a map. And we gain knowledge that we need to turn water, or turn a valve, or do something to drain water to get further access. Probably take the boat across, it looks like. It looks like it goes over to wherever the gear is from the bend of everything. And then that probably continues, because with the map, there was like a giant tunnel around the reservoir, which I'm assuming that's what this is. Okay, okay. Now, this was the secret because I picked the tomb as an optional thing. What about those other rooms I can pick besides this? That's what I'm thinking. Now, question. My instinct tells me that it re-rolls the order in which you need to do these statues to open that area. Right, like whether or not you do the Ho 1 versus 3. Probably based off of the chapel you get in the house. Or is that a stagnant code? Once it's open, it's just open forever now. It's a permanent thing. Okay. Okay. I guess it would be a little too mean for the other, but I was at it because this stuff on the outside seems to be like the permanent stuff, and then everything on the inside is to get the clues and the information you need to be able to unlock the permanent stuff. That makes sense. I like that. Okay. A little low on steps, I will say. Ooh. Ooh. We haven't been to the terrace yet. That's kind of interesting. The Nook gives me another key, but I haven't had any issues with keys. I don't have any other green rooms, so the patio is irrelevant. So we'll do the Nook. No, that makes sense. I did know that because that's they mentioned the note mentioned that the terminal was in the security, and I would assume that any kind of like computer stuff would be in that because that surveillance has all that kind of stuff, like the brain. So that's not too much of a leap. You're perfectly fine with that, and that makes perfect sense. Okay, that's the same clue there, it looks like. Yeah, for the dartboard, and then we've gained a little bit of knowledge here, which was interesting. And we did get the key. Okay. Since this is toward the end, we can do this. Also, we'll do a dead end, which I think gives me more coin in my crypt, funny enough. And then the gem. Sweet. Did the lab come up just then that I didn't see? Is that what happened? Okay, I was thinking security, not office. Okay. That's my bad. You did say office. I was thinking lab and security. That's fine. Yeah, we'll make the courtyard. See, this is a metal detector. Now that I know metal detectors are something. Can I metal detect the thing? I have a metal detector. Okay, just greater chance of finding money and keys. Okay. Alright. One of those items like that. Okay, another patio. I'm gonna do the patio. And then, in theory, there should be now a gem in here. There it is. And a gem in here. Oop, this is new. Occasionally you may discover small mounds of dirt in the center rooms of the estate. With a shovel, one may be able to excavate these suspicious dig spots. With a shovel. Okay, I have not found a shovel yet. I do not believe there was a metal detector in this room, but not a shovel. So we need to keep an eye out for a shovel. I think there was an option to buy a shovel at one point. The office is here. There. I listened. We're in the office now. Oh. So wait, the metal detector just tells me there's an item in a room. Well, I mean, some things are going to be pretty obvious. Okay, so I understand the metal detector. It's not quite what I thought it would do, but okay. I have 3 floppy disks to use. We can insert the disk. Okay, read the note first. Also, ooh. Oh, we have... Okay, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, first of all, this. The antechamber levers in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there's enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so just make sure the west and east levers are operational. Okay. Please check any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. Flight of the Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Hearing of the Major. Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be Hearings or Herrings. But knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. The fact that these are red and that one's black is suspicious, so we're going to note this, because that seems interesting. As my notes begin to stack, begin to solve thy puzzles. Okay. Solving that puzzle. This is also really interesting because we opened up the gate, the west gate, permanently. But I don't know if that's what this is referring to. But the one in the greenhouse is broken. Okay. What is she holding? In this hand, like, that's a book. That might be a magnifying glass type of thing. That's a big pen, man. Maybe. Spread golden estate. No. Log into network. Oh. Swan song. Hey. I'm hacking. Dial up, man. Dial up. Staff services. Punch in and out. Staff announcements. What about staff announcements? Right, Molten? Alright. Saturday, November 7th. I don't think anyone else has access to this network this month except you, Simon. If you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Your friends in faithful service. Okay. What is this? The service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended at Mount Holly and all domestic staff has been placed on extended paid leave in accordance with the instructions left by the old man himself. Okay. Request schedule change. As of November 4th. Okay. Special orders. If you would like to get a specific brand of gum of your favorite fruit, the commissioner is now taking special offers. All members of the staff. Orders can take 1 to 3 days. Place a special order? Sure. I see. Let's do shovel. Why not? Approve of the order. Order accepted. Okay. Now that was staff services. Return to network. Okay. Remote terminal access. It's possible to connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate. View active terminals? Okay, I kind of understand that. Electronic mail. Oh, good lord, there's so much information. Sir, you have not left me any instructions for the following week. And you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definitive plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electric typewriter. Okay. Gabe, yes, this is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the current sequence is... Oh, we have a sequence. What is this? I don't know what you're on about, Gabe, but we got it. We got you. We got it. That's what we're on about. We got it. Gimme. Off, blue, green, white, red, purple. So this is a sequence we can do to the breaker box, which is off, blue, green, white, red, and purple. There is no white option in that, is there? That's interesting. That is extremely interesting to me. Dear Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your prevention, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. Okay, good. The vac indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all indicators to purple. Oh! If this was not the desired functionality, let us know, and we will fix it in our regular service visit next week. Oh! That is interesting. That is an interesting bit of information. That I like where this is going. See, I like getting information. This is useful information. Gimme. I might not get back to this room. Okay, return back to network. Data transfers. From Sinka? That's exactly right. That's interesting. Glossary of terms. So these are terms in the game I have not yet found versus the ones I have found. And if I click this, it gives me more detailed information. Actually super useful and could give you clues for each one because there's more difference. Or there's, excuse me, there's not more different, more I was thinking definition, but more detail. Okay. Let's insert the disc. So, okay. Storeroom data has been found on this upgrade disk. You will now have the chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Okay. Oh. Oh, I understand. Oh my god, the floppy disks are amazing. I'm gonna say the key one seems better. Although the money one's kind of tempting. Because then you can buy things from the store when we come across. You're on pick 2 keys? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because the gems are good, but the keys are more relevant. Says as he has 5 keys and only 1 gem, but still. I'm assuming these are permanent once I decide to do them. I probably can't change them, I presume. What about you, I watch FTL? Which one did you take? I'm just curious. You did the gem. So you guys know no one did the money. Interesting. Yeah, I'm gonna do the key. I think key is right. Yeah. Keys just make sense. Ooh, the spare room gets an upgrade. Yeah. Okay. This is indeed very interesting because this is color relevance. So we know that the purple counts as a bedroom, and we have the nursery and other items indicating that increases our foot. Which is good. Greenhouse, we've already seen, increases our gems. Various options. And for the orange room, I don't know yet what it does. But it's related to the halls. Orange could indicate money, but I doubt it because it's all in the hallways. So orange, I'm gonna guess be like maybe for secret room, like a shortcut, like a way to traverse maybe faster. I think I'm going to turn it into a bedroom because having extra steps I feel is more important and gives us more leeway for like kind of going back and forth and solving and picking up from mistakes. Because again, this could increase our gem, but that's a very specific thing. I'm not likely to do the greenhouse rooms too much. Maybe I am more now that I understand we have a shovel. Is there any way to tell me what the orange does without spoiling? If it's too risky, don't tell me. But I just was wondering. You did bedroom too? Orange just hallways. I don't know if there's any significance to hallways though yet. Like overall. Because bedroom is more feet. So, yeah, I'm with you guys on that. I might go change it. That's what I was thinking, feet anyway. I don't really want the gems, nor do I want whatever the orange room is. Ooh. If you smash tab and then click on any room you've drafted, it'll tell you a Roomadex. Oh! That I did not know. That is useful. A hidden effect of a random bedroom in your draft pool. If you enter antechamber today, add 2 gold to your allowance. Oh. If you have a tomb on the estate today, gain an additional 4 dice. Guest room, quest room, guest room. That's kind of funny. I feel like the dice. But I lose the foot upgrade. That's the thing I notice is I lose the foot upgrade. But it's a dead end. But the 4 dice, like for the reroll, is kind of cool. I like the idea of rerolling, especially when you try to get what you need. I'm gonna go dice. I'm gonna be a little weird. I feel like I'm gonna lose a 10 steps, but you did it for the dice as well? Because I think being able to roll and pick the rooms you need in a given run, like if you're going for something, makes more sense. If you know what you're doing, you don't need as many steps. Okay, that's I want to pick the dice room. Okay. So there's nothing else in the terminal we can get at the moment. Yeah, let's run payroll. Spread gold in the estate? Sure. Yeah, sure, why not? I don't see a problem with this. I don't have that many steps at the moment, but sure. Now we have this. That did something. Oh, did it? I wonder, did it move a statue out there? It sounded like it slid something. That could have drained the water as well. I don't know what that did, but that did something. Oh. Oh. It gave us a safe that I'm completely blind. I did not see rising up over here. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, we got this picture as well. Now we have a code to a safe, and I have no indication. I don't remember anything being referenced to a safe. There's a bunch of information in the computer. Hmm. Hmm. Swang Dong. Uh so we got information on the fuse box. That has no relation to this. And then this is about the will. This is more information on the fuse box. Already went through all of that. We went through remote terminal access, data transfer, currently unavailable. What does that say? Most likely a safe like that's always a 4-digit code. We're looking for 4 numbers or something of relevance. I think it's related to the books that they're referencing. So there's a bunch of books here in the shelf. Hold on. And there's one that's different. So March of the Count is... Wait, no, hold on. Each of these are red, so they probably have a thing. Now, she just clarified there was an importance with the spelling, so it could be either or. So Flight of the Queen is a book. Do we... Well, I can't read any of the books. Well, shit. Oh, that would have been cool if the books had a number on them. Oh, that would have been a cool bit, but I guess none of the books have anything on them, so that doesn't indicate anything. Well, shit. I felt so smart for like 5 seconds. A little trouble reading the Baron's writing. We activated this, which made the safe appear. And this is right there next to it, so I would assume that this is connected in some way. Red, black, red, red, red. Indication of something. I thought going to the books would make a difference, but there's no way to indicate any of the books. Finger pointing is very distracting. God, I really wish the books did something. I will simply ask, is the solution to that safe in this room? I'm assuming it applies to the previous statements, which is every solution to a safe is indeed in the room. Yes. Okay. Okay. It's not related to the... It's got to be related to the books. I'm just trying to figure out how and trying to think of it simply, not overcomplicated. So let's think about this. Why is one black as a red? We have like a QCLBM you could line up. These are all the same in the middle. They're all 4, meaning flight of the, and then blank. You have an F, M, F, E, H. Okay. One thing I don't like is that it indicates something about the books, but there's nothing about the books that we can discern by just looking at them. I'm not a fan of that. I give the book some detail. But I guess it would kind of confuse us then. So there's no way of knowing anything of the books. There's no indication to count anything. Like the picture before, which gave reference to the month for a code. I'm trying to think more abstract that there's 5 books. There's 5 books here, right? But only 4 matter. I would assume that only the 4 red ones matter because it's a 4-digit code. Queen Lord Barons Major. I mean, that's funny, Molten. I've read and seen so many things now at this point with so many charities doing so much bullshit. It's so little going. I mean, there was a thing I saw. I don't know if anyone knew this, but apparently a bunch of charities got mad at Mr. Beast because when he was building wells in Africa, they got upset because he was getting more attention than them for it. And I thought to myself, what the fuck does that matter? Isn't the good what matters? Who cares? You're doing it for the good thing, not the publicity. It made my that made my blood boil. I fucking hate the concept. I love the concept of like a charity and what it should do for good. Yeah, that's what I'm learning, and it's made me very cynical and very upset about that. Yeah, well, the internet's an attention-based economy for sure. That's probably why. But it just like there was another thing too I saw where like there was it was not, and I'll stress it was not Ronald McDonald, but there was a charity that does something similar to it with like the cancer kids, and they found out that like out of 120 or 118 million or 120 million, I'll round up, like only 2.5% actually went to any kids. If that shit went out into the public and people knew, people would get killed for that. Like, I don't know how that's even allowed. That fucking blows my mind. How's that even allowed? Also, I love, on a side tangent, I saw a thing where people were showing how they make commercials. Speaking of like just bullshit, is why I'm talking about this, is they showed how they make commercials for food. Yeah, Milton, I've heard all kinds of stuff like that. I would love like more like substantiated, detailed, where it's going, what's going on, court casing. There's also different types of charities, like ones where they have to be like transparent, and other ones like with the money, and other ones they don't. There's like a 538 and a 538C, and there's all these like minutia details, which it's a whole nother rabbit hole of bullshit. But Euron, that's crazy. It wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah, that's I fucking. Well, the reason I hate it too is like because when you brought up the Safeway thing, yes, Molten, I won't I detour, but just to circle back to that is because like every time you go to like the places in front of you, they go, "Will you round up to help put the rest to this charity?" You know, I hate that. I hate that so much. I tell them no. And if they give me a shitty face, I go, well, tell the company you work for that makes tens of millions of dollars, they can do something. My 10 cents is all I got. Kid, holy shit. And again, the tipping option in a self-checkout in a grocery store is fucking obnoxious and needs to burn. Well, there's something like that as well. I mean, that's okay. That's the case with most things, though. There's no solutions. There's only trade-offs, right? Like, I think there was a thing in not Uganda. What's the Ethiopia? Correct. I watch FDL. There was a thing in Ethiopia where there was fuck, it was so long ago. But there was something going on where because so many people were donating food to Africa for starving kids, and that there were so many at the time, and Ethiopia has one of the largest populations on the African continent, or as a country, that it got to the point where there's so much food got delivered that there started becoming an obesity epidemic there, or something like that. And I was like, that's fucking crazy. I mean, good on the world for sending so much shit in the first place, but that was a really old thing, I'll say, and I haven't gone down the rabbit hole. That's just like a, top of the hill thing I remember. But there is weird things like that occur, with all kinds of things. Like when you do good, it's like, well, the saying goes, the pathway paved to hell is paved with good intentions. A little bit of merit to that. But the fake food thing, real quick, was if I right now made a video, okay, advertising something for you to buy, hypothetically, I have to follow certain rules. I have to show that what my product is doing is what it's doing, right, to some degree. But when it comes to advertisements, like, say, if you ever see, like, the Papa John's or the Domino's or, Burger King or whatever these commercials are, have you ever seen how they actually make those commercials? Like, for instance, in the pizza, do you know that they'll use glue to make it, like, when it lifts up the slice in the advertisement, you see the cheese kind of gooey? Right? They'll use glue, or like the molten lava cakes they'll advertise, and it's like all the chocolate's glistening when it's pouring out. It's actually motor oil. They do all kinds of stuff like that, and I'm like, how is that not false advertisement? That's what I don't understand. I didn't know. Like, that is so, like, blatant, like, literally, to me, deceptive false advertisement. How is that fucking allowed? Get rid of it. That should be banned. You make the food, it can only be the food. It can only be actually eaten. It's crazy. Yeah, exactly, Euron. Well, what was his name? Not that long ago, Haiti had the, fucking, God, the internet and the meme of it was fucking crazy. That's good, Euron. Yeah, there needs to be more of that. Everyone has their opinions on it, but at least that's one thing I like that Bobby's doing, at least as our Secretary of Health in America. So he's trying to ban some of that shit, but we'll see how far that goes. But most of all that kind of stuff, I don't think they should be advertising fucking prescription meds. The rest of the world doesn't. America, fucking, ooh, that's a tangent, but like, why is America the only country advertising fucking boner pills? Like, stop it. Yeah, exactly, Bolton. But every single food commercial has something like that, so none of them are real. And then on the Haitian, not the Haitian, but the Haitian thing, that. Also, they had, was it the warlord that caused so much issue was called Barbecue and was eating people. That was a real thing that did occur. Some people put some old videos of some old stuff, but there was legitimate footage of they were barbecuing, and his name is called Barbecue. Exactly, I watch FTL. Yeah, no, I'm with you on that part. Yeah, that's true, Glenn Husky. Yeah, Barbecue was a legit warlord of cannibals. And fucking the Dominican Republic, boy, they don't want fucking no part of that side of the island. They're fucking building security walls and shit, which is a whole different wild thing. Fucking, it's so crazy. That's a whole history of craziness in that place. Yeah. All right. Back to the puzzle before we go on any more tangents. But that was a fun little tangent. But yes. Anyway. Fuck this puzzle. Okay. I I have no idea what the thread is that I need to pull for this. For a perk of my tangent, can I have a hint? Because I thought it was connected to the books. Okay? But I perfect hint, I'm off. Hit me. Hit me, and it better not be these nuts. There can only be one barbecue. Yeah. And then there was it General Butt Naked as well? Was another crazy individual, if you want to go down a rabbit hole of just it's bad. I'll say it's a viewer discretion advised on that, but oof. Okay. God, what is this clip? What is this clip? There's no indication to count anything. I guess there's nothing to count. So there is something to count. Wait a minute. Fucking, I don't know if my brain's thinking too deep or if it's thinking deep enough. Fucking goddamn you. There's no indication to count anything. Okay. Well, is it related to this paper? I don't think so. Please check if any books at the very end of the clip. There's nothing at the end of the clip. There's no indication. I say There's no indication to count anything. It's the paper, which is what I think it's this paper, but it tells me the books. Oh my god, I think I understand. I understand. I understand. Fuck, how is it not the right answer? I was gonna be smart. What the fuck? Did I count it wrong? Oh, okay. let's try this. Yes, I did! Fuck off, I watch FTL. How do you know that? Now I'm counting March of the count. Which was 5, 2, 3, 5. I guess we can do these. Okay, so we could do flight, march, fall, passing, and then these. Okay, hold on. 1, 2, 3. That's 7. And 8. So it could be 7 or 8 for the ending. So 6, 5, 4. 6, 5, 4. Is it 5 code instead of a 4 code? And yes, Malta, to the late answer, but to answer that. Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'll watch up to you. Okay, so I would think to only count the red ones, by the way, in this, not anything else. So 6, 4, 6, 4, 7. Hold on. Let's do this. 6, 4, 7, and then 8. I have 8, or it could be 7. 8 or 7. I think it's 8. Yes, they are fishy. They're very fishy. 6, 4, 7, and we'll try 8. Didn't do it. Okay. 6, 4, 4, 7, 7. Enter. Fuck. So it wasn't this. It's not the red ones all lined up in this way, nor this way in the beginning. So you could just start with the top and keep going. And brute force it that way. You love busty boobs? Yeah, don't we all? Don't we all? Big boobas. Praise the boobas. So because she mentions this, I think there's an emphasis on this. So this would be 2, 3, and 5. So it's either a 7 or an 8 in the beginning. We'll try an 8, or we'll try a 7. So 7, 2, 3, and 5. No, okay. So we'll try an 8, 2, 3, and 5. Now. Okay, so let's do deduction. March of the count, it's saying count is the indication, is the big hint in the game. It has no relevance anymore besides that. So it's only the red that matters. It's a safe, so there's a 4-digit code. And it has to be something that's between 1 and 9. Can't be like a 10 or anything like that, or 11 and 12. I tried Queen, Lord, Barons, Major by counting the characters in the words as the code. That didn't do anything. I did Flight, Fall, Passing, Herrings. And I did the other version with the count being different. Because one count was 7 and then one count is 8. Is that right? I'm doing my counting right. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So yeah, one is 7, one is 8. I tried both of those. Now, in the bottom clue, it emphasizes, talks about that book. I suspect either one would be suitable. I don't know of any other indication besides counting the actual letters in the word. So let's write down what they all could be, and we'll go with that. The Queen is 5, obviously. So 5. Lord is 4. Lord and Fallen are both 4, but Lord is 4. Baron is 6. I swear I put these in right. And then Major is 5. It'd be 5, 4, 6, 5, hypothetically. Or it could be 6, 4. Okay. Now, because I think it's going to be on the left side when it comes to the count, because there's an either or reference in the bottom. Passing is 7. Is 7. And then the last one is... Wait, are they both 8? I think I counted the wrong one. 4, 8. They're both 8. I guess it would be 8. So, I thought I tried 6, 4, 7, 8. I clicked this into the safe. Maybe I didn't do it right. I'm a dumbass. It's possible. 6, 4, 7, 8. Did I need to clear it before? Maybe try it backward. Let's try 8, 7, 4, 6. No. I understand the hint and where the game wants me to go. I understand. I've tried brute force multiple directions. I kind of do. I mean, the paper indicates this. It's. I'm trying not to overthink it. I'm thinking simple. I'm thinking, okay, the red matter, 4-digit, so we need to count. All right. The red letters look fishy. Is it a 5-digit code? I don't think so. Most safes are 4 digits. Especially digital ones. The opposite of the solution? If we go by only the black text, to piggyback off the comment, which I'm hoping is reference to what I said, is March of the count. I tried that code. Now, if there's more general knowledge needed about queens, counts, lords, and barons, and majors, maybe the order in which they are in the hierarchy is the order of the number. I don't know that. I don't know that order. Am I supposed to count the number of characters? How about that? How the fuck do you get a number code from this then? I can count statues and busts because there's a lot of them. But I don't know of what is what. That looks like a queen. I don't know what the fuck a count is versus a baron or anything like that. I can see that there's busts of these things, but I have no idea what's a count or baron or what have you. I could think of that deduction. But I have no idea of that at all. I wouldn't think to do that. There's a lot of strange busts in here. Deduction knowledge only. The only thing I could see in here is March is a month, which would be 03. I guess the year in the computer is 93, so it'd be 0393. Could be a deduction. I'll try it because I see the month March. That would be my best guess. No. Flight of the Queen. There's a queen over here. No indication in the books. Is the counting part involved on the paper or in the room? And what I mean by in the room is not in the paper. How about that? Is the counting part in the paper or out the paper? That's a good hint. That'll help limit my brain that's scoping out really way too much. Far too much. Counting is out of the paper. So it does have something to do with the bus. Or potentially. I'll say potentially. But I don't know what a baron and a lord look like, and what's the distinction between them at all. Like, simple deduction is that why there's so many busts in here, and that there has to be a reason why. These probably two don't count because they're just part of the display. The other ones are on the shelves multiple. There's a single queen. Alright, so we'll do some deduction. So which ones are the similar and which ones are not? So queen is a 1. That looks like a queen to me. Are there any other queens around? No. I don't see any other queens. So I would say queen is 1. So the first answer should be 1. Okay. Now what's the next one? Is a lord. I don't know what a major is in this situation. So these two look different. No, I know that, you're on. No, you're fine. But he looks different with the eyebrows than this guy. Okay, so bald guy is twice. Bald guy is 3. 3 times. 4 times if you include him. So it could be 3 or 4. Okay. 3 or 4 for bald guy. Okay. 3 or 4 for bald guy. Okay. Now, question. Is there supposedly general knowledge with this that I'm supposed to know that I probably don't know when it comes to kings, queens, and barons? To me, counting the bus is completely pointless. Because I only started doing that based off of general knowledge of that. Please check any books matching these titles are available for purchase in the Reddington. The book part of that is completely irrelevant. Flight of the Queen. Flight of the Queen. March of the Count. Fall of the Lord. Passing of the Barons. Pairings of the Major. I don't think that sounds like any number when I read that. And then once we bring this out, so like if I'm a dumbass and I go Flight of the Queen, and the counting has nothing to do with the paper, but the red indicates something. You go, okay, so Queen, and we're looking for a number. Say the first red word again of the last book. Herrings? Herrings. What color is the name of the last book? Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I'm not sure if the title of the is intended to be hearings or herrings. Red. Red. Hold on. Therefore, red. Therefore, red. Okay. So red books matter. Of the major. Hearings of the major. Herrings of the major. Herrings. Herrings? How about herrings? May I pronounce that right? My cadence might be wrong. Herrings of the major. Herrings. Herrings. That's a oh, herring. Yeah, I know herring. I've actually herring before. Never knew how it was spelled, to be honest. What color is it? Herring? They could be silvery, but I'm guessing red. A red herring. Which I don't even know where that saying came from. Yes, yes it does. I know what a red herring is. It's a wild goose chase. Which I don't know why. The red herring. Okay. If it's a red herring, then the paper has no relevance whatsoever to the code of the safe. It's a red herring. Means it's a wild goose chase. That's what I get from that. The red is red. That's true. Red is red. Red is red. Red is red. Do we count the number of red books per wall? And that indicates the code? Fuck if I know what red is red is. I don't know what red is red is. This is referencing something that I have no knowledge of. If it's any form of general knowledge or hint that I'm unaware of. You say you gave me the red herring. I understand the reference, which is kind of funny. If this is a red herring, then maybe we exclude it. So maybe it's a 3-digit code. But counting the letters doesn't matter. So that's where my brain goes. March of the Count. I tried this. I tried this. Counting the characters, I tried. I even tried the month. March of the Count. March is a month. March is I don't know the point. I don't understand the point of March of the Count at all. If it's some reference to something that is general, I'm gonna be pissed that I don't, because I don't probably know it. I would think well there's the finger. Yes, it's pointing in the right direction, which is this. Which points to nothing. It points to this. There's nothing to interact with here. There's nothing to see here. It doesn't figuratively point. March of the Count. Marching is soldiers. It points at the safe. And well, before it was pointing at the statue. But there has to be something to give me a code. Okay, so he's important. Okay. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There are 9 busts from left to right based off the arrow of the finger. I was counting that the queen was 1. Baron or Lord, I guess, would be... because he has a different face. So he's the same as this statue, it looks like to me. Because of the mustache. So that would be a 2. So 2, 1... 2, 1... Wait, no, he has a mustache as well. Shit. So... 1 mustache. 2 mustache. 3 mustache. So it's 3, 1. Or, hold on. 3 for mustache. 1 for queen. Okay. Bald guy is 1, 2, 3. He's 3. And then the other guy's 1. So I read it as 3, 1, 3, 1. Okay. Now, if I go with paper, order, I would think would be based off of the names. Is what I would think. But maybe that's not the case. But that's what I would think, just for context. So I would think to do, I don't know, queen would be 1, something like that. I guess we'll do the order and... Wait, did I miscount the bald guy? Oh, wait, there's another bald... Wait, hold on. I'm not forgetting to count this statue. Using the hand as, like, the beginning and end. Oh, I miscounted. So it's the bald guy first. Then it's the mustache, then the queen. The bald guy is 4, not 3. Okay. So there's 4 bald guys. We'll call him. We got 1 mutton chop, 1 bald guy, and 3 mustache, and 1 queen. The question is, what order would those be in once you know those numbers? And which is what I would think to do this. When I was referencing that I don't know anything about lords and barons, I was referencing in my head how to just tell which ones are which in that order, if it would matter. That's what my thought was. Like, you know, barons always have, I don't know, a mustache or something. I don't fucking know. Alright, so we'll try 3, 4, or 3, 1, 4, 1. We'll try that. That I really don't think will be the answer, but okay. No. Okay. If only red herrings were red, and something could point you towards what a count is. I get that. Okay, so if that's a count, okay, that gives me the order. But what indication do we have that that's a count? Besides what? There's no indication that that's the count. Yeah, but how do you know that the fingers point to the count and not the Lord? Is it because of the dark text? Okay. The count is all that matters. Okay. But there's one of him here, one of him here, one of him there, and then one of him here. Just imagine the name of the book is written March of the Count. That's exactly what I'm picturing. Okay, so if we know that that's the Count, which I appreciate that help, okay. I am trying. That is the Count. Okay. I'm thinking of that thread. Alright. If I know that's the Count, what fucking significance is that for me to, like, count digits? Because my instinct is the red book. I would count the number of red books on each shelf next to the Count. That's what I would think. Nothing. They're a red herring. So that's why I think they don't mean anything. I thought they meant something, but they don't mean anything. So that's the Count. I understand it's pointing at that. Count of the March. I put in the month, March, for the record. He's got another statue over here. I have no idea what it's referencing anything. Is it your opinion and does it need to be backwards? Because I did the other puzzle with the month of December. And I did 93 because that's what I thought. Because I know it's backwards. don't know of what's the word I'm looking for? Does it tell me what the current year is? I think the year's 93, no? Is there anything relevant in March? March Madness, yeah. There's no basketballs in here at the moment. There is 0 basketballs in here. March is I have my feet. Would it be calculated by my feet? Be like 03 for March, and then 15 because I have 15 feet? Marching? Fuck it. No. Okay, so red is red herring. Black text is all that matters. March of the count. Finger points at the bust. I have no idea besides the date of the month of March being relevant like it was with Christmas. I have no idea of anything. I'm sure I am going to watch FTL. Okay, I'm going to assume that it has something to do with the month of March. Because the other safe puzzle had to do something with the month of December. With the code. Which means probably all safes are related to some form of month with a clue into it. It referenced Christmas, which was the 25th. Which is how we got that. Because everyone knows that. If there's something to do with counts, or like a holiday or something like that of any kind in the month of March, I genuinely don't know or probably don't celebrate it. I know of a couple of things I think are in March. I know things personally that are important to me in March. Depends on what kind of count you want. You Count Dracula. And you have counting, count, like the roll. I might not feel as bad as you think because I might not legitimately know anything in March to reference this. So I don't think I'd feel bad because I wouldn't know. That's like, say someone's, imagine somebody not knowing the month of, what day Christmas is on. I doubt that they would, but I'm just saying hypothetically. I don't think I should feel bad about that. Does it have anything to do with the amount of bust? How about that? That'll help eliminate a bunch of variables and help my deduction. How about that? Because I know it's pointing at one, and we know that's the count. I get that. But like the fact that there's one queen and so on, that has no reference. Because the bust that is pointed at as the count, do those busts count? Or do they matter? I'll say. Do they count? I have no idea. Do they count? I don't even see anything on them. Because it's the same one, but just miniaturized. And busts are the solution. Okay, well that puts my head in a better place. Because I was thinking that there was a lot of them earlier. But I was going because, like, you know, queen, I see one queen, and so on, and... One, two, three. There's 4 of them, which would be a 4-digit code. I can't interact with them. Is it maybe the bus in between the count? So, in this situation... See, that makes things more confusing, but I understand what you're trying to parse in my head. I do understand, I think. This means that the bottom text is irrelevant because that's the red herring. Which means the amount of bus for all of these is what matters. The count being 4, the queen being 1, leaves the deduction of these being either or. Which in this case would be 2. And the order of that probably also matters. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that. The queen is 1. Count is 4, so it's 1, 4, something, something, is what I'm gonna guess real quick. To me, this does not seem like an easy solution. Mustache Man and Mustache Man is there, so Mustache Man is 2. Mustache Man is 2. And then the other one is another 1. Because there's only one of them. So I will always start with 1, 4. And then we'll do 1, 2. Didn't do anything. 1, 4. 2, 1. Didn't do anything. I'm basing it off of that. The bus are the solutions. So, another way to do this. That was just like, because they're all similar to match something. So maybe let's be a little bit more general. Let's be like, okay, so pointing at this, we'll use them as the markers. So we have 1, 2. Boom. So I would think 2. Then it would be between these is 0, so maybe it's 0. And then we have 1. Then we have 1. It'd be 2, 0, 1. And continuing the march of the count would be another 2. So it could be 2, 0, 1, 2. Using them as like kind of separations for the code. Which would fit. 2, 0, 1, 2. Nah, doesn't do it. That's where I'm thinking, like, maybe I'm overcomplicating. Like, that's, like, to me, a simple thing. Is it like, okay, go left to right, do that. So there's... I could do the count of them again. We need to ignore 1. Maybe. Ignore the red herring. What was... It was a major. Major's not here. Barons, lords, and counts are all here. That's a red herring, so it doesn't matter at all. So, I've done simple left to right, counting the similarities. Nothing to do with the red book. The busts are the solution to some degree. The order in which they're listed on the paper does have any meaning, like in terms of the code, I'll say. Like, whatever the solution is to the queen, does that, like, the queen's first, I presume. And then the count is really important. And then the lord, and then the barons. That would be the order in which I would put in the code. Once I got that information. What I would think, because it's top to bottom. That's what I would think. This is not an obvious puzzle to me at all. It's really not. Because again, my obvious thing is the amount of them, perhaps where they are, or anything like the amount of something around them. Again, a 4-digit code to solve the problem. The puzzle setters. I'm trying to think, like, to clear my mind to not overthink it. Is like, okay, I'm given a piece of paper. The thing that's different is March of the Count. The finger points at a statue. To make the leap that that is the count is kind of that's a little bit of a leap, because there's no indication that that bust is the count besides the finger. I understand, but that's a little bit. Think how simple Christmas was, and that March is that what March of the Count could mean. Well, March makes me think of the month, which makes me think of 03, or the third month, because that's what it is. And I always put my months with 03. Count. Think of numbers, Dracula, person in a cape. Count has no other significance to me. Or like a number value at all. Besides the act of counting. Count Chocula. So there's an assumed 0. It would be 03, 04 because there's 4 counts. I would have never gotten that if that is the solution. I wouldn't assume a 0 or 03, 4, 0, I guess. 0, because there's no number, you assume a 0. Homonyms could you do with your large pointed count man? I have no idea. I mean, we've been a few hours on this. I'll call Uncle that I think, okay, before anything, if it's March, then it's 03. As for count, Is it gonna have to do with something on the finger? The amount of fingers or something would be like a reach, I would think. Something really obvious. I don't know what 1-3. You can only interact with them. You cannot get move or interact with them. You can only look at them. I looked at these statues. None of these statues had anything on them. Is there a difference between these? They have the same amount of buttons on their jacket. They're frowning. They don't have arms. They don't have extra ears or missing anything. I can only look at them. Looking at them doesn't do me anything. I can bust them. I can count them. Which is 4. There's 4 of them. That I established. Like I said, do we assume the zero? I said 0304 because of the count. Assumed a 0 is what I was saying. I did say that. For the record. Counting them is 4. Okay, so it's 034. Then the last one is a 0 because there's no other number. Fuck it. Nope. No. So the number of him does not matter. Not from my understanding of that at all. I wouldn't get that at all. I don't see anything different about them is what bothers me. Now there's 3 of them. Am I not supposed to count the one that's being pointed at as the reference? That would be kind of weird. I'm assuming it has to be a 4-digit code. So 0303 is the answer. It's the month repeated twice. I'm going to say that that click did not happen. Because there was no... there. Yeah, no. Because I got the reference with the March, which tells you 03. I get counting the bust. The assumption of the 0, I have the problem with. Because that's a little meta-y with the coding. That is kind of a thing that most people wouldn't get, but I understand the assumption of 0. Counting him, I still have a real big fucking problem with this puzzle because it's not, to me, there's no indication of that. The red herring thing was cute and I liked. I count the count. Yeah, I think that's kind of stupid. I think it would have been a lot cooler if it was in depth with other things that I referenced, that I did to try to make it in depth. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Like, I look like a dumbass. I couldn't solve it. I'm fine with that. Like, I'll put that on the table, but like, that did not satisfy me at all. Not one lick. Not one. It did not. Because, okay, so it's referencing a month. Okay. It referencing a month, I only knew to do anything with March was because of the last puzzle. Okay? I fucking hate the assume 0, and you didn't know if it was 0 was before or after. I did 0330 at first. Then I did 0303. Why there was an assume 0 after the March is weird. It's just weird to me. Because there's nothing to indicate 0. Besides nothing. Which, okay, I get. But there's nothing to indicate... I don't like that at all. I really don't. I think it would have been much more clever to do any of the other paths I took, personally. It would have been interesting. It would have been funny and on the nose. I think the coded in the text would have been cool. Yeah, I did reference the 4-digit code. Yeah, it's an assumed 0 in that. Yeah, because there's nothing, you assume nil, which is 0, which is nil, and... Or else it's 30. Yeah, it's one or the other. No, I get that. Like, assumed... I just have a problem with assumed 0, but, like... it's fine. I get it. It's simple. I understand. I don't like how simple it was. That's what I don't like. Because, okay. I will give this game one credit. Like FTL had said in the beginning. Right. I'm sure there is. I didn't get red herring until you guys pointed that out either. I was like, okay. I didn't get that at all. I know what a red herring is, but I didn't get that when I read it at all. That's my own fault. But the problem with the perspective, like you were saying, is that there's so many things that when I overthought it, there were a couple things that I got rewarded when I overthought it, and other things that I didn't get rewarded when I overthought it. That's the part that's like I don't like. That's probably like the disorienting part. Yeah, no, I didn't. I don't hear words the same in my head as others do, though. This puzzle's meh. Like I said, I'll take the dumbass, but like I'm just kind of disappointed because I wanted it to be like I wanted more of a click of like, ooh, that was what it was. Oh, that's cool because of like this, and this. But it's just an assumed 0 and oh, there's 3 counts and you can't count the one that they're pointing at. Okay. Okay. Now this has an 8 or an infinity sign. I will say too, it is getting late, and it's time for me to go to bed. I will say, unfortunately, because that puzzle did go a little longer. I wanted to finish that. Forever Anonymous. There's a lot to this letter, and I'm sure that's very relevant. And I would keep this red letter. So I get multiple red letters for various things. So we're gonna read this and then pause, and then continue this tomorrow. Yeah, well, we'll call it a night, and I'll save it. Is probably what I'll do. What I'm gonna kind of have to do. Thank you for properly answering all your demands involving the police and allowing this unfortunate transaction to transpire as smoothly as one could hope. And while I'm guessing you had hoped to never hear from us again once we've given you back the envelopes, we felt that one final red letter of your own was merited given the circumstances. Hopefully you will not be careless with this missive as you were with the others. Correspondence with this incriminating should be kept in safes, not desk drawers. Let's first put your apprehensions aside, as I'm sure another red envelope is the last thing you expect to find on your desk this week. No, we are not making more demands, and no, we do not have copies of the other letters. You were already more than generous and accommodating, and the least we can do is fulfill our end of the bargain. So why write you at all? Why incriminate ourselves further if we already have what we want? In a word, principles. After reading your eloquent reply to our initial note, it became apparent to us that there had been a few misunderstandings. This letter is intended to clarify some of those points and hopefully will place our schemes in a softer light. First, we may not have gotten too excited with the colorful language of blackmail, but our goal was never to terrorize. Despite what you may believe, you intercepted a thinly veiled. Despite what you may believe, you interpreted as thinly veiled threats towards your young nephew. I want to personally assure you there was never any tangible danger. Interesting. If we give any impressions we would hurt the youngster, it was meant only in the very vague sense of hurting his social prospects. And yes, while we admit that our word choices might be questionable, enough so that it would be reasonable to assume us as being intentionally misleading, we hope you believe us when we tell you that this was not a calculated ploy to elicit payment. However, as payment has been received, there's nothing to be gained by scrutinizing the questionable ethics that were employed in our extradition of those funds. Little defense can be mustered on that score. Additionally, any judgmental tone you may have detected when we discussed the content of your stolen letters was entirely unintended. Want it on record that we do not consider ourselves superior to you and your family in any way, and are in fact entirely sympathetic to the underlying cause that the letters pertain to and your thought. This letter could get even more incriminating for us. Again, we feel guilty, a sin, and only time will tell if the financial recompensation will outweigh our culpability. Even though you will never hear from us again, we hope this parting letter will result in you thinking of us and our dealing, if not favorably, at least sympathetically. Sorry for the inconvenience. Forever Anonymous X. I'm kind of impressed at how all of these paragraphs said a whole lot of something about a whole lot of nothing. That's actually kind of what I'm sitting here a little impressed by. I vaguely understand what it's hinting at. Also, what could they do to hurt me socially is kind of what's interesting. What are they gonna do? Tell my future wife that I'm ugly? Like, yeah, no, I get that. No, I just think I'm just trying to like play off of it to think in my head, like, okay, okay, sure. Now, here's something that's important, right? That I do notice. This is an 8. The last letter we had was a 4. We had a 4 and an 8. I feel like that matters. Yes, we got blackmailed by Malcolm X. Confirmed. Alrighty then. Do we dare continue? To any degree that maybe I can do something? Well, no. I can save and quit. Oh, it lets me do that. Oh, we have to call it a night, though. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. It is almost midnight my time. I should have ended like 2 hours ago. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Gonna hurt. But I do understand. Thank you, by the way, for all the help with the puzzle. I don't have any like ill will or frustration. I to be honest, like I said before, I'm more just a little disappointed because I wanted it to be kind of a little bit more convoluted, but I love overthinking puzzles. I do. Really do. That's what you're gonna see me do puzzles. That's the one thing like I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's a good thing or bad thing, but like I love going down a fucking rabbit hole of like, well, this is connected, well, that's connected, well, that makes sense, that fits there. I don't know why that is. My brain does that by default. I've had that since I was forever. Okay. I guess I went into this assuming immediately hard, and it's progressing. Like it's giving me the baby puzzles first, you know, right? And then it's gonna amp them up, right? I went in thinking immediately like, well, what's the most complex thing? Yeah, no, I probably did. Well, there's a lot of things in the rooms that seem odd that I think will matter. Like, I think the chess pieces and, like, how many and which ones are in what rooms will matter. Like the chapel with the stained glass mattering. That was cool. But yeah, I definitely can see why, how, and potentially other things that would be connected to other things. Wholeheartedly. I noticed that because it's the things that are odd. So immediately, if you notice something odd, it's probably a factor. And a chess piece is the middle of a room that makes no sense is odd, and you know other things as well. So that's what I'm noticing that will probably come into play, just like the chapel did later. I probably need to find the right room or the right puzzle to be able to start calculating that in the first place. Anyway, that'll do it for tonight. We're going to do more puzzling tomorrow because now my brain's in the puzzling mode, so I screwed myself by going down this rabbit hole. Thank you for that. Have a great night, everybody. And don't forget, if you want to be unstoppable at puzzles and know what March of the Count is, stay unstoppable. Bye-bye.